meeting to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to 2 newspapers posted on the bulletin board of City Hall and on the doors of the 3 schools required in the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975, and as amended by PL 2020, Chapter 11. Dr. Myers, will you lead us in the flag salute, please? May I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Brookbank?
Here.
Mr. Conover?
Here.
Mrs. Sachiko?
Here.
Dr. Dalton?
Here.
Dr. Myers?
Here.
Mrs. Samuelson?
Here.
Mr. Sweeter? Mrs. Endicott?
Here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Sweeter, you're here?
You're, yeah,
Thank you.
the audio is breaking up. That's why I was sorry.
Thank you. And Mrs. Endicott?
Here.
Roll call complete.
Thank you. Before we move on to our election of vice president, I just want to, for the board already knows, but for the public sake, introduce our new solicitor. This is Amy Hauk-Elko will be joining us. This is her first month as joining us from Cooper Levinson, and she is now the new board solicitor. So I just wanted to introduce her to everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here with us. Okay, can I, at this time, I'd like to ask for nominations for the office of vice president.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Samuelson.
Second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Conover, who was that?
Mrs. Samuelson.
Thank you. And who's second?
Mrs. Brooksbank,
Thank
seconded.
you.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Okay, at this time I will close to additional nominations. I'd like a motion to approve and vote for Mrs. Heather Samuelson, office of vice president. May I have a roll
Motion.
call, please? Oh, sorry.
Motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Brookbank?
Yes.
Mr. Conover?
Yes.
Mrs. Sachiko?
Yes.
Dr. Dalton?
Yes.
Dr. Myers?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter?
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you. Mrs. Samuelson?
Abstain, I guess.
Okay.
Vote for yourself.
And Mrs. Endicott?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mrs. Samuelson. Thank you for your service. Okay, after reviewing the agenda in light that we have members of a good amount of members of the public here tonight, I'd like to, don't see the need to go into executive at this time. I'd like a motion to approve the minutes for our regular meeting and executive session on June 10th, our regular and executive meetings on June 24th, please.
Motion, DeChico. Second, Myers.
Thank you. Any questions? Have a roll call, please.
Mrs. Brookbank?
Yes.
Mrs. Sachiko?
Yes.
Dr. Myers?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter?
Yes,
Mr. Conover?
Yes.
Dr. Dalton?
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson?
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. This time I would like to open the meeting to the public. Those watching from home, you may dial in at 927-1032. Any members of the public like to address the board? I'm giving it just one more minute in case anyone's watching from home. Okay, at this time, we are closed to the public. Moving on to our presentations. Dr. Carney Rayoder.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to take an opportunity to share a presentation. The administrative team is here as well. And I wanted to just go ahead and get this tab that I need. Give me 1 second. Okay, and this presentation that we're presenting tonight is about the new school year and bouncing forward. What we wanted to do is highlight under our district goals as far as what we have addressed moving into the new school year and our planning that we've started over the summer. One thing I would like to bring to everyone's attention is that we are still working on our safe return to school plan. We do have a draft, a hard draft of the plan. We are still taking community feedback. So if there's anybody in the community that would like to share their feedback, there is a link on the website to share your feelings as far as masks, which has been a very tough conversation point. We are still waiting on final guidance from the governor to decide about what that guidance is and how we will move forward for the district. We are still following previous executive orders and protocols for our summer programs. The plan was developed upon lessons learned during the COVID-19 pandemic, along with best practices and CDC and Department of Health guidelines. As far as our summer learning program, we have planned to put in pre and post assessments for ELA and our math programs. Enrichment is a little bit different because it is truly project-based, so we will have projects as evidence of learning for those enrichment courses. And as far as the data and evidence that is going to be shared with the board after our program is over, we have 90 students that are in our Summer Learning Academy. We have 26 students in our extended school year program, 56 students in our enrichment program, and 16 students in our algebra prep program for the summer. As far as assessment, I'm going to ask Dr. Koss to step up to the podium and discuss our curriculum and assessment writing calendar.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to see faces and be in the same room as all of you. So I want to take some time, and I shared a packet of papers with you because I think sometimes we put things up on the screen. That's the packet. I think we put things up on the screen and they're so minuscule that we're all struggling to see what we're looking at. So that'll give to you in a format that you can read it. Mr. Sweeter, all the things that the board members who are in person have are in the administrative content folder on board docs for you as well. So this is the first set of papers in your pile there. It starts with July of 2021. This is an assessment calendar. I stress that it's still in its very rough draft form. So obviously thinking ahead to May, but still in this rough draft format. So one of the things that we've talked a lot about in instruction committee as we've gone through this year is a need to make sure that what we're doing is consistent and continuous from K to 8. And so this calendar that's in front of you really just codifies all of those conversations and what we've been talking about. So if you want to take a look even at July, but let's roll over to September and October, because I think that that's a little bit more the school year and what a school year looks like. So September is there. You'll notice that this pattern repeats, and we'll talk about why it repeats when we get to MTSS. But you will notice that all the PD for the year is on this calendar. I have had some extensive conversations with Dr. Leback from Stockton about what our focus is going to be and really making sure that that PD becomes job embedded and Euro kind of circular over the course of the year, so we don't kind of hit it and forget it, that we're continually coming back and focusing on academics. And we're going to start the year really focused on reading. So what you'll notice there is starting September 7th, there's an assessment window 1 there that's about 10 days long. And those assessment windows repeat 4 times throughout the year. And that's where we'll get some reading data and some math data, really see where our students are. And then as we start to talk about MTSS, you'll see where that data comes into play. You'll notice after that data collection period, there's a day where it says the data is due. So we're not just going to collect data for kids, we're going to actually do something with that data. You'll notice following that, there are 2 days that say data meetings. So those are opportunities to talk and plan around the data we've collected. In red there at the bottom of September, it says intervention cycle 1 begins. So as the principals start to talk to you about their schedules and we start to talk about MTSS as we go through this, you'll see where kind of that flows in. But this calendar will go to everybody, and the expectation is that that assessment window is a K to 8 assessment window. So everybody in the district is administering assessments at the same time. The Start Strong assessment is not on there yet, but that needs to go into like October. And that really at this point only impacts our middle school. Okay. Questions on the calendar from anyone? Perfect. So what did we learn from iReady assessments last year? So I handed you, they're behind, I think they're behind the purple page. Okay, good. Behind the purple page is the data that I've shared with the instruction committee all year long. So for those of you who've been diligently watching my data presentations at instruction, this is really just repeat of what we've talked about. But for the rest of the board, this sort of serves as the reason why we're doing what we're doing moving forward. So what I will caution you with as you're looking at that, it's going to show 2019 data. We're going to refer to that as kind of the last reliable data we had. That's the last data that came from NJSLA. Data that says 2020 was iReady data that had to be reported to the state this year, but it was data that we collected in like October, November. So it's not even same time data, same time of the year. We know that in that time period, our students were all virtual. And even coming back, not all of our kids were back. So that data is data that's important, but it's data that I'm not sure how super reliable it is. So when we refer to our last reliable data, we're going to look at that 2019 line for both math and ELA. And then that's just broken down by grade levels for you. Okay. But if you just quick glance at that, you can see why we've had a really serious conversation about what are we doing instructionally and how are we organizing our day for students so that all of our students are being successful and not just some of our students. And then that leads us to the MTSS conversation. So question about data, and I'm happy if you go home and you look at this data and you want to have a conversation about it, I'm happy to have a conversation with you about it. at any time. Does anyone have any real quick questions? Or
I have a question.
Go ahead, Stacey.
Why was the data only collected in October? Why was it not collected at a midpoint of the year and at the end of the year?
That's a really good question, but not one that I made a decision on. So it was just when the state had to submit their waiver requests, they had to submit a plan to collect data, and their plan to collect data was that they were going to do Start Smart or Start Strong in September, October, but then they had to submit some kind of data. So they asked every school district to submit local data from a specific time period.
Right, I understand that, but that was for the waiver requirements for state testing. I'm asking why this district didn't make a decision to test,
I
to
do
give
have,
the iReady tests
did.
throughout the year.
we
So
did
where's
give
that
it
data?
again. I just didn't give it to you. I can get it for you.
Yeah, can we have that at our next instruction
Yeah.
meeting?
Sure. So I apologize, but
Thank
this
you.
is just like we're data that went to the state. So I'm not sure that May is going to be much better, but yeah, go ahead.
Who is MTSS?
So we're going to get there.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So go ahead, John.
I heard you mention that you kind of, it was like a throwaway line that that data is from virtual learning in October. Do we have comparable scores from other districts that were also virtual learning?
I can ask my colleagues. Our consensus at curriculum meetings was that all of our data looked kind of the same. So nobody was thrilled about what they had to submit. Nobody was thrilled about having to submit it, but
No, I know. I just, if we're going to use that as an excuse, I'd like to see the other districts
I
to
can-
see how they did as well.
I can see if anybody's willing to share.
Will this information be on a school performance report so we'd be
No,
able?
they promised us not that. That doesn't mean they won't change their mind. But they did tell us that no, it wasn't going to be reported to the public, but that we were still obligated to report to our boards. Go ahead, Stacey.
Thanks. I just want to clarify. So the ELA, for example, I'm looking at data record grade 3. So ELA 2019 is spring of 2019. That was a fully in-school
Yes.
year. I've lost track of when that
Yes.
started, but okay, that was a fully everyone in the building school year. And so we're saying that like 70% of our kids did not test proficient on the state test.
Correct.
Okay, and this data doesn't include our in-district testing that we use, which is the iReady. This is just that state test
For 19?
for 19.
Correct.
And then for 20, it's the state test, which was given in October.
No, it's just iReady.
That's iReady.
So it's not even the same data.
Okay.
There's been two consecutive years where there's been a waiver put in by the state of New Jersey. We haven't had the state testing.
So that's what I kind of wanted to understand. We're not comparing apples to apples as far as iReady doesn't simulate the state test or.
It's apples to apples in that it's standards based,
Okay,
but it's 2 years distant from each other. It's
okay.
a school year that was not super consistent. So it's our internal data versus state data,
Okay.
but it is what they requested we report. And then we're obligated to report out to you as a board that data that we report to them.
Okay. Thank you.
Makes sense? All right. So moving on to Dr. Dalton's question. Behind your next piece of paper, there's a little informational piece about what is MTSS. I think it's behind the yellow paper. And
I'm
if it-
sorry to interrupt
No,
you.
you're
I
fine.
thought there was going to be from what was decided at our instruction committee, correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Samuelson, that the additional information regarding the data collected for our Summers Point students and how they're currently performing at mainland,
Oh, I
that was
can
going
do
to be
that.
presented to the board as well.
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you.
That just, so it
Correct-
falls,
correct,
I'm sorry,
Heather?
we're going backwards. We can
Mrs.
re-
Samuelson, am I right?
Yeah,
in
that is
that?
correct.
Okay,
Yep,
I
thank
just
you.
want to make sure.
So what I pulled from mainland at the request of the instructional committee was how our students do when they leave us. And then I pulled what I asked Dorsey for was just the data he could kind of easily share that was comparable data. So SATs are, I think, a data point that most folks understand because we've all sort of sat in those seats, right? So, and I think that those are similar kids. If you're a 12th grader sitting to take SATs, you're probably sitting in a room with similarly minded 12th graders, the same for 11th grade. And then AP for me is kind of that indicator of, are our kids taking those advanced classes, right? So there are at Mainland, and if I just go in order, at Mainland, there are 831 available seats in AP classes. So however many periods they run times the number of available seats equals 831 available seats. Of those available seats, our kids are sitting in 102 of them, which is like 12%. Our kids make up more than 12% of Mainland's population. So I would personally like to see that number kind of closer to population total and available seats. Like if 33% of our kids are the Mainland population, then obviously you'd like to see that AP number closer to 33% than 10%. Does that kind of make some sense?
And I think our enrollment at Mainland is closer to 40 or 50%.
Yeah, Summers Point has the highest amount of enrollment at Mainland.
I think we
as
were at
evidenced by
47.
by their seats on their Board of Education. So they have more board seats. So I do know that Summers Point has a higher enrollment. Also, an important point to note is that AP students tend to take multiple AP classes. So this 102 number isn't 102 students. This is 102 courses.
Seats that they're sitting in, right?
So it's normal for an AP student to take 2, 3, 4 AP classes. So that needs to be taken into consideration that we're not even looking at 102 students.
Right, we're
the
looking at
831.
percentage of available seats that our kids are sitting. That's why I percentaged it out, because you're right. AP students who take AP tend to take more than one AP, but still you would want that number, even if it's multiple kids, you'd want that number closer to our enrollment. Not expecting that every kid that we send to Mainland is going to enroll in an AP class, because that's also not a realistic outcome, but really wanting to get that number moving up, right, a little bit. And then I pulled SATs that are 11th grade SATs and then 12th grade SATs and even 10th grade SATs. And the trend there is that our kids, Summers Point kids who are at Mainland, are not performing as well as their peers on a same kind of test, that their scores are 50, 60, 70 points lower than their peers in that class being their graduating class in that case. So that's a concern if you are then trying to be competitive for a college application entry kind of piece. So put together, did I answer your question, Stacy, for that?
I just
Okay,
wanted to
I'm
make sure
sorry.
that information was presented.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I included it and then
Okay.
just didn't. So then all of that kind of put together leads to, well, then what do we do differently? Because we obviously need to do something differently, right? So I included for you behind your little yellow paper for your reading when you can't sleep at night or something, just a really brief, what is MTSS? So you can take that and read that at your own leisure, and I will certainly go over the highlights of it. If it looks like I copied and pasted, I did, because I didn't think you wanted 8 pages with the advertisements in between. So I just gave you the text of the article. So what is MTSS? MTSS stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. And really, it's exactly what it sounds like it is. It's many different tiers of instruction designed to support every kid where they are every day. It does a couple of things. It catches all students. It works to catch all students up to their peers. So closing that achievement gap is important. In doing that, it remediates, right? Excuse me, but we also know that we have some kids who are on grade level. They're above grade level. So we need to make sure that we're continuing to push them. And so MTSS is a structure that also provides enrichment and opportunities for kids to go beyond too. So not just closing that achievement gap, but also giving kids a chance to really work in what they excel in. It is important to have a universal screener. So we've been really intentional in picking some screeners that are going to be helpful and give us consistent data on every kid K to 8. And I say K to 8 because preschool is kind of its own little space, right? They're not necessarily here. All of what they do is about individual kids. So this requires continual data review. You can't just give a universal screener at the beginning of the year, take that data and say, oh, okay, it's good until the rest of the year. This is that process that when you look back to that calendar, you're going to see an assessment cycle 1, an assessment cycle 2, an assessment cycle 3, and an assessment cycle 4, which is really the end of the year. That's that continual review of data and that progress monitoring. So a student takes that universal screener, they go into an intervention or a series of interventions, and 7 to 9 weeks later, we come back and say, how's that working? And if it's working, awesome. If it's not working, then we come back and we rethink what we're doing. Those interventions are intentionally scheduled, they're school-wide, and everything is based on research-based materials. So this isn't like pull out the teacher-created materials from your file. This is, we're going to put this student, because they've shown on the universal screener that they have an issue with fluency, we're going to give them a research-based fluency intervention for 9 weeks. And then we're going to test them again and see where they're at with that skill. Does that make sense? Okay, clicker lady. So who does this require, right? So in each building and through that ESSER money, we've been able to set up a structure to make sure that buildings have the support both in classroom resources, but then it also in human resources, right? So there will be a person in each building who is going to be the MTSS teacher. That person is the person that data is due to every 7 weeks. That person will work very, very closely with their building principal to review that data. That person will lead your data team meetings and help structure students and their interventions. That person will support the INRS process by being kind of the keeper of those conversations. And what that does is it streamlines everything and has everything coming to one person instead of 4 or 5 different people being responsible for data and students and parts of processes. We have hired for each building or have requested teachers to ask to be specialists. Those specialists, when you think about interventions that are student specific, those specialists used to be your basic skills teachers. And then I think we called them interventionists here. But those folks are folks who will take small groups of students and really provide those research-based interventions every day to kids. Obviously, classroom teachers are important in this process. Our school psychologists, because it can be a lead up to testing and the CST process. So our school psychologists are part of this team. Our counselors are part of this team. Parents, clearly. Students, administrators, and then we have instructional coaches. So if you think of this as a, I don't know, like a 2-path system, right? That MTSS specialist teacher team is really designed to support students and their needs based on the data that's collected. Instructional coaches are designed to support teachers to make sure that they're implementing with fidelity and that they can provide that job embedded PD, get into classrooms, help their colleagues in a PD way. So you've got a teacher support train system and you've got a student support train system. Make sense? Okay, cool. So MTSS cycles are about 7 weeks in length. You kind of get to that Thanksgiving time of year where you lose 3 days and then you lose 10 days to Christmas. And so they are about 7 weeks in length. They're on that calendar if you want to just go back and kind of see what they look like. They begin always with the universal assessment. In our case, that will be F&P for reading and iReady for reading and math. A data team. So then as you look at that September calendar, right? I do all of my universal screeners. I give my data to my MTSS teacher. We put interventions in place. And every day for 7 weeks, kids participate in those interventions. In addition to, all of this is in addition to core content and core curriculum. Everybody's getting core curriculum, and then everybody's getting what they need also. So all of it is continual. It cycles every 7 to 8-ish weeks, and we then progress monitor. They line up really nicely. Sometimes you get lucky with reporting periods. So teachers at report card time will have new data to report back to parents to really know where their students are, what their strengths are, and where their growth areas are. So I'm hoping it helps to kind of streamline that conversation too. Click for lady. So I think sometimes they talk about it being an umbrella. I kind of like the funnel a little better than an umbrella. So if you think of MTSS and you're a visual learner like me, think about a funnel. At the top of the funnel is our grade level core curriculum. So that's EL education, that's Ready Classroom and math. Every student receives that instruction. If you think about how your funnel closes down a little bit, as your funnel starts to close down, those are your interventions that are happening. Every kid is getting what they need, but not every kid is getting everything. And as your funnel gets super skinny down there at the end, those end up being your students that are needing really specially designed instruction. And so what this gives us as a district is a structure between everybody's regular ed curriculum and special ed. It gives us something in the middle that provides supports. And what that will do for us, perhaps not instantly, but over time, is it should reduce our special ed referrals because kids are getting what they need. So we're sitting now at about 24-ish% of our students are sitting in special ed. That's high. So this should help us reduce that number of students sitting in special education. Good so far? Okay, this was super tiny, so I printed it out for you. It's not much bigger in print, but it's a little better. This is a sample, and that's the very last page in your stack there. It's multiple colors and still really small, and you probably need a microscope to look at it, so I apologize, but it was a little better than what it was gonna look like on the screen. So this is a group of 125 fifth graders, so you know what you're looking at, okay? 125 fifth graders. Each of those color-coded blocks is a group of students based on test data. So on the left-hand side of that paper, that kind of gray group of kids is the same group of kids throughout the 3 intervention slots. So I know you can't read their names because they're teeny tiny, but the gray follows. So the kids on the left-hand side of this chart, this is about the end of a school year or the beginning of like a 3rd data cycle. Kids on the left side of this graph are the students that still were in need of the most interventions. So most support. So what you'll notice is that those pink groups and those gray groups all have 3 distinct places where they are in that hour. Everybody see that? I know, it's crazy small, I'm sorry. And I always say, I don't like to look at it in a microscope, I'm sorry. Those students were students who were needing still 3 interventions, weren't quite ready to be working independently. And so they're getting 3 interventions at their level based on their data. If you roll to the right-hand side of that paper, you'll notice that the light blue group is only in 2 places. Well, those students, if you look at the top of the page, but a W is a reading level for 5th grade that's above 5th grade. So those kids are above grade level readers at this point in the year. So they're getting 1 intervention, which is an enrichment, and then they're getting an independent reading work kind of time. So, and this changes every 7 to 8 weeks. The interventions could change, the kids in the groups could change. So this is super fluid. It's not as stagnant as it looks on a piece of paper. And this is what the MTSS teacher will help building principals and that data team put together. And then the interventionists are folks who will step in with classroom teachers and provide those interventions. So I'm kind of hoping that puts kind of a visual to the thought. And again, if you chew on this and you think, I really didn't understand what she said, don't hesitate to reach out. So I'm gonna turn it over to so that's like the big overview. Are you guys good? Does anybody have any questions?
did have a question. I
Sure.
know this is a sample schedule from another district,
Mhm.
and I know you can't have groupings until after you've done that first data
Mhm.
cycle. But when do you expect to have sample intervention period schedules for our buildings?
So see, you jumped to the next slide, Heather. Principals are going to share their intervention plan with the next slide. Go ahead, Dr. Dalton.
Is this replacing the INRS procedures or?
It will, yes and no. You're still going to need that process if you end up having a student who needs to go to CST. But from a standpoint of making that process much more intentional and much more focused, what was kind of happening was oh, Billy needs an intervention. Let's figure out where we can fit him in. So what this does, it just makes the whole thing much more intentional and structured and data-driven. But it doesn't replace it because you can't totally replace it because it still leads to CST.
I have another question.
Sure.
Are other local districts using this system?
So this is RTI in its new version.
Okay.
This is something that New Jersey is spending a lot of grant money on doing. Our preschool teachers were involved in a grant for this. Preschool is kind of an interesting place to start. But so it's something that New Jersey is moving towards. It's something that Pennsylvania has been doing. And almost every school is structured this way when you're there. So New Jersey's coming this way and lots of folks have figured out. And even when I spoke to the teachers at Dawes, they were like, oh, we tried to figure this out 3 years ago and we just needed somebody to give us the structure. Like we knew we had to meet kids where they were. We just weren't sure how to schedule it. So it's scheduling your interventions and making them super intentional.
So is Summers Point almost like a pilot program? with
Let's
this?
hope that we can be a positive leader in this. Yes.
Okay.
I don't think it's a pilot.
There's other districts in the county that are doing this at this point. They're moving, a lot of districts are moving to this direction because it has been something that's been talked about at the state level.
It works, and it works for kids. Go ahead.
Mrs.
I think it was
Brooksbank, you
Stacy.
got a question?
I have some questions that I'm going to wait to see if they're answered in the next
Okay.
slide. But one of my questions was, I was just looking through the assessment and PD calendar.
Mhm.
And it sounds to me like this is going to require a lot of PD because not only is the system, but there's a lot of new components within the system that they need to use for intervention.
Mhm.
But I didn't see on the curriculum calendar anything mentioning
Just the days
that.
are there.
Where are those?
So
September 1st
1st
and
and 2nd. Then there's like a half a day every month in there.
I just am concerned that the teachers need
Mhm.
a lot of support and PD in this to have it beginning September 27th. So it's the 1st, the 2nd, those 2 days will be solely professional development
Yep.
of this and all the curriculum components inside of it.
So we have built into the quotes that we have for the new things that we purchase, like junior great books. A lot of them are set up to have like lead teachers. So we have 10 slots into Junior Great Books University, which then I also budgeted some money for like stipends and things like that because it might be outside of their day. So some of this is, are you interested in being the teacher leader on this? And then here's an opportunity to do this and go and learn some more about it. We'll definitely do some in-house PD as well. And then we're going to use our PLC facilitators to do some job embedded PD also. So you'll also notice, in addition to the district-wide PD day every month, there's a PLC facilitator PD. Let me find you a date. Because I don't have, it's the 3rd Thursday of every month, I think we said.
Teacher leader PD, I see.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And the intention of that is that they will get PD specific to what we're doing. And then as the PLC leader, turn that back around to their PLCs. They meet weekly with their PLCs.
So if I were to think about what a teacher who sees this might be thinking, and I might be wrong, but I would be a little overwhelmed that it's a whole new, all new curriculums that I'm learning. Is that the case? Or
It's
are they
not.
currently, they're going to continue using the curriculums that are in place, but they're support curriculums for enrichment and
Yes.
extra help? And then who would make this for our district, for each grade level?
So an MTSS teacher in conjunction with their building principal, will make those.
For each grade level?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And those will all be on the agenda in August because we have to wait for the grant to come through in order to do hiring and move people around into those positions.
And it's an evolving thing, right? Like my very first one of these didn't look so pretty. And then I learned they need to look prettier or I get lost. So it's like everyone's going to have, we'll all work together. We're not going to leave anybody out there to not be successful.
Right.
But everything came with PD too. So we'll make sure everyone gets that, or that the folks who are most interested in leading get that PD as well. All right, so the next slide is, what does this look
Hold on,
like?
we still have questions.
Oh.
Mr. Conover?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can we
Mark.
get a list at some point of what districts are implementing this program in Atlantic County?
Sure.
And maybe get like a data comparison to see how we're doing and they're doing. Not
Do you want to, yeah, I don't know that.
not right now. like
Yeah, as
throughout
we
the
go
year.
through the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think what we've talked about as an admin team is that part of what will come in principals reports to you is that data report, right? That they're going to have that data so they can share that data with you. It doesn't fall super cleanly that you get at every board meeting, but at least you will be able to see some of that as we go through. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
but if we could just get an update on what districts in Atlantic County are using this program.
Sure.
Mrs. Brooksbank?
One
Yep.
last question for me. What would parents expect to see? So would they get data as at the time where it's due? Like, would a parent get something on Monday, the 27th, when the intervention begins to let them know kind of where their kid was? Or is it something that comes on the report card? When is data shared with parents so they know where their kid?
I'm thinking it comes at report cards. Also not on that calendar, but you'll notice on the calendar, all the curriculum revisions are on there if you're
Yes.
looking. What is also missing from there is a look at the report card again. I think that there's a couple of things that's why it's a rough draft. There's a couple of things that need to be added, but we have talked about how do we report out? We have this data. We're not sure standards are working, but we have all this data, and iReady gives fantastic reports that tell parents where their kids' strengths are, where their growth areas are, how you can help at home. And it's simple enough to hand that to a parent and say, here's where they are. So it helps to have comparison data though, right? So to give you data September 27th that compares to kind of nothing doesn't show you much, but giving you data at report card time, which is really the end of that first cycle into the end of the trimester, then that's helpful because you can
I
see
agree.
where your student was September and where are they now kind of November-ish.
Well, I'm just wanted to make sure that, and I'm imagining that we wouldn't send home data just in a folder like
No,
that.
I think it's-
so. It's I think I see what you're saying, having two and it going on a report card time. Okay.
Yeah, and I think the nice part about the calendar is that we moved conferences up a little bit, and they're right before report cards come out. So that's also a really nice time, the first time you're getting all that data, for a teacher to sit with a parent and explain what they're looking at, right? And have a conversation versus put it in an envelope, send it home, and hope that somebody understands what they're looking at.
But the parent conferences are before the second assessment, so we're going to look at that.
They'll
maybe,
be
or-
close. Yeah,
okay.
they'll be close. They'll at least be able to say, here's what we're doing. They're close. So
Okay.
I was trying to give it a whole,
Yeah,
it's close, but
I just think that's interesting to look at whether or not the assessment needs to happen before the conferences or not.
it shortens
how
up
could we talk it? I know.
up an intervention window, but we'll start, I mean, I'll look at it. Like I said, rough draft, right?
Thank you.
Sure. Everybody good?
I have a question.
Sure.
With the exception of the name of a multi-tiered system of support that the state has given it and the identified 7-week intervals that are, identified on a calendar for the entire school to do at once. With those two exceptions, a lot of it sounds a lot of the same as what's been happening, what's been occurring. Our district has had intervention periods as a part of its schedule on an ongoing basis. We've had teacher coaches. We've had a myriad of different stipend positions where we have teacher helpers and PLC facilitators. So we've had all those things. I've kind of been hearing it, the same thing.
I know,
for years.
You've been clear.
And you know, I've shared this with you before. I've been hearing it, and you know, I was hearing it when those second graders are now our eighth graders, and now we're looking at this data from where our students are functioning in high school, which is entirely frightening. So, what is going to be different this time? Why is this going to be different, and how is this going to work, and how is this going to be better?
So first thing that's different is we actually have a core reading and core math program. The math piece, even into last year, wasn't K to 8. It will be in September, K to 8. So what was happening was we were building a math foundation with one program, and then kids were transitioning to third grade and transitioning to a whole new program. So we've eliminated that issue. Every kid K to 8 is doing EL education. Every student K to 8 is now going to be doing Ready Classroom. That gets us core curriculum across the board the same. That was not the case. There was lots of different things happening in every different classroom, particularly with language arts. Yes, I think you had interventionists, you had people who were doing things. What this does is it gives those people research-based interventions that are prescribed to give to kids. So it's not, ooh, this worked with kids, or ooh, maybe this will work with kids. It's, this is what we're using, and we know it works with kids because there's research that says that. So what this does is it takes all of the random out of what we're doing, and it makes it very, very intentional. And while I wish my magic wand worked, right? I keep telling my sister, who made me a beautiful magic wand when I got my doctorate, I keep telling her it's broken because I can't just poof and make it happen. You know, is it an instant fix overnight? No, nothing is. But what I think you will see, and what from my experience you will see, is very quickly you will start to see students making gains and making progress in those common universal screeners. And you will have that data reported to you as that cycle hits and a board meeting comes up. I would say monthly, but that's not going to happen, right? But what you will see, and I can use this group of kids as an example. This group of students, 125 kids, over the course of a school year, we had 2 referrals to special ed for this group of students. They were both parent referrals. And they were both, I think, kind of those panic, oh my gosh, they're going to middle school, they need help kind of referrals. This group of students started the year with 15 students, so 10% of them below basic on the state assessment. They ended the year with only 3 of those students below basic. So it's something that works. I know it works. And I think I've been very intentional, and we collectively have been very intentional about how we've written that ESSER grant and the materials and supports that we've provided, so that we don't hear, well, we didn't get PD or we didn't have those resources. Everything that you need to make this work is going to be here. And it's very systematized. And Stacey, that's the best answer I have for you, and how it's different, but that everything is super, super intentional in what we're doing. And I'm not sure that that's where we were prior.
Okay, so I'm aware of the curriculum that you refer to for English at the higher grades, but you're saying that the iReady and the Linkit that the board paid for years ago, that our interventionists that we've put in place as teachers, you're saying that all those things haven't been utilized with fidelity and haven't been utilized with efficacy, so that the research-based things are being utilized by that wasn't happening with all these other things that I just mentioned.
I've got a year, right?
Right. No, that's
and
what
the
I'm saying.
wackiest year in the whole world to
Right.
be your new curriculum person. You know, that's my observation, and it's
Okay.
only my observation, and it's, you know, it's worth what a year is worth. But I know that if we tighten it up and we are really intentional in what we do, that we can make a difference for kids. So that's the intent of this, is that tightening it up piece.
And I just think from a board perspective, this is a great plan, but it will only work if it's done with fidelity. So it just needs to be a priority that in every single class, every single day, what's supposed to happen actually does happen and it needs to be monitored so it does occur.
Yes. So that's why it's important that this next piece gets answered by the building principal. So I'm going to start with Dr. Vanella. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I would like to see a presentation maybe in November of how you are sharing this data with parents and things like that, like an explanation of here was Johnny day one, here was Johnny this day. And
So you should get that data from principals in their November
okay,
board report because they'll have that data cycle finished. So they'll have where were my kids beginning of the year, where are they now? So they'll have that data from that first, they'll have the first assessment data and then they'll have that second cycle data done for that November principals report.
now how are you going to explain this to parents? Are you going to have like meetings with parents or just?
Dr. Dalton, just use your microphone, please.
Yeah, she's
That's okay.
good.
We can't hear you. That's okay.
Oh,
I just
okay.
wanna make sure people at home can hear you. That's all.
Yeah. How will you explain this to parents, like the differences and so on? Are you going to have like?
I mean, we can certainly do parent nights and certainly anytime you change a reporting process, you probably should do that. You know, if you're going to change report cards and how you're reporting out, you should certainly let parents know what's going on. We'll certainly work on that as an admin team, largely from a kid perspective and a parent day-to-day perspective. Doesn't necessarily change a kid's experience in school. It's just what are we giving to parents as data at the end of a marking period or a assessment window kind of piece. And then we, like I said, in concert, we kind of need to look at report cards too, which was a conversation we had talked about having last year and then just didn't quite get there with COVID. So it's just a good time to really look at everything we do and really bring it into focus and streamline and that focus on academics. So that's why it's goal 1, right? So, okay. Okay, so I'm going to turn you over to Dr. Vanello. Be nice. She's been here 5 days, but she's going to share the DAWS plan. And then Mrs. Supp and Mr. Thomas will share the plan for Jordan Road. Okay? Okay.
So just to talk about how we're going to allocate time in the schedule, which has been set out before, like you had mentioned, what we're going to do within those allocated time periods for ELA and math that are allocated as intervention periods, we're going to provide instructional guidance to those teachers. So it's not just here's a block of time, it's what are we doing with that data that the MTSS person has unpacked, how are we going to target our instruction to meet our students' needs. So within the overall time that we're allotting in the schedule specific to grade level ELA and also that target instruction to meet our students where they are, we're going to allocate time to have conversations with teachers about what that instructional block looks like. So it's not just a block of time. Supports are going to be pushed into the classroom. So as I'm working on the schedule, I'm making sure that we can have intervention periods that are supported so we can break those students into the small groups like Dr. Caz's spreadsheet had shown you. So we want to make sure that we have not only classroom teachers, the special ed teachers assigned there, but MTSS coaches and instructional specialists. We really want all hands on deck when we're talking about pushing in. We're at the elementary level looking at making sure we're hitting those skill deficits that are going to be shown to us on the iReady score, but we're also going to look at those skills that support learning for the younger students, making sure they're coming in, especially after the year that we've had with COVID, and really making sure that within the SEL period we're scheduling, we have time to make sure that we're preparing them to know what a good learner looks like. How do I, regulate myself so that I'm ready to learn and help make up, unfinished learning that has happened because of COVID. So within that, we're doing. One of the things that we're going to do is look at growth, performance, and attendance. So they're all things that when you talk about the performance report card, they're all performance indicators that you would see reported to the state. So when we get to what we're going to look at for the year as kickoff celebrations, you'll see that our focus is on growth and attendance and academic achievement as well. So setting goals and things like that for our students, we can really focus on that.
And Dr. Vanella, I'm going to bring you back up for your beginning of the year presentation.
Okay. So, while the schedule is a very rough draft of the colors and some notes and staff allocations, you can see that the time that you are concerned about is definitely going to be helped by providing that instructional guidance.
I have a question, but it can wait if it's not the right time for this question. So like if I'm looking at third grade, just as an example, since that's the only group that's in your building, and let's just say there's 5 kids who are proficient based on last year's scores, or we can say 17. So let's just say those 5 kids aren't all in the same classroom. So are they within your schedule? Are the kids moving to be like, let's just say we're talking about the 5 kids who are proficient. I know this isn't, I mean, like in a specific skill. Like, let's just assume those 5 kids are proficient in whatever skill that we're really working on in the first quarter. Do those 5 kids, if they're all in different classrooms, get their enrichment, I'm going to use that as the example, in their individual classrooms, or are they moved to be together in your schedule?
So in the schedule, what we have is a lot of time for, let's say, third grade ELA and then third grade ELA intervention or catching up, acceleration, enrichment. So during that period, what the MTS teacher will do is unpack that data and see what students should be grouped where, and depending on, you know, if they're going to work on skill remediation or they're working on enrichment, that they'll be grouped accordingly. So sometimes you're going to group with those specific skill sets that are deficits. Sometimes you may do homogeneous group so that they have that exposure to each other. Just depends on that goal. But the iReady data that will be unpacked will really help us determine what needs to be worked on. So if there are 5 students that are excelling, but yet that's a deficit across the grade level, those students would probably be pulled out so that the instruction that they're getting isn't repetitive then. We're going to then accelerate their learning by using their baseline.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is each teacher going to be differentiating for all of this within their classroom, or kids will be,
they'll be
among the whole grade level will be sorted?
Because we're going to really use all the staff that's available to really make those smaller groups so you can target instruction in small group settings.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Vanilla? Okay, Mrs. Sup.
I did want to say welcome.
Hi, everybody. So we are focusing obviously on those same goals. I want to say that that first word up there in the first bullet, that's the most important thing of this whole structure, and that's time. Because we didn't have before designated time to those designated people to focus on a program like this. Before, just like every school in the state, we have INRS in place, intervention and referral services. So yes, we have been providing interventions, but that team was composed of classroom teachers, administrators, and counselors in addition to their daily responsibilities. Now with our MTSS team, we'll have a full-time team designated to providing interventions for all. So when we look at interventions for all from the Jordan Road standpoint, we're making sure that, yes, we are splitting students into groups throughout the day, and they are getting both targeted, individualized interventions for any sort of deficits, learning deficits that they have, but they're also getting targeted interventions or enrichment to be challenged and move forward. So that's something that we're focusing on for all. And yes, we do have an intervention period and have had an intervention period in our schedule designated for all students. And it will still be there the same way. We'll have that designated period. That designated intervention period, which we call AIM, will be specific for the groupings of where the students need to be. So the students that need that enrichment will be in together within those groups during that time during the day. The students that need their targeted interventions based on the groupings like Dr. Kaz was talking about, where the team is working with us and working with the coaches on providing those interventions. We'll make sure that that they are similarly grouped. So then that way they are getting more individualized needs within that group. But at the same time, we will also have within our learning blocks, we have the time designated for the core instruction, which is the tier 1 instruction that Dr. Kaz was talking about in the MTSS structure. So there will be the designated time for the core instruction from the curriculum. And then there will also be designated time within each block that will be specific for interventions in that class period. Our classroom blocks for ELA and math are about 80 minutes, and you need about 60 to provide that core instruction. You might need a little bit more or a little less, depending on the lesson. But so the idea is to have an average of 20 minutes daily in the instructional period just for those interventions and individualized assistance. We were talking about the supports being pushed into the classroom. That's where the way that I'm working on the schedule for the AIM period is so that it's staggered throughout the day, so that our specialists will be able to be available for that AIM period for each grade level throughout the day. In addition, we will have specials teachers that are available during that time, some, not all of them, but some here and there, where they can come in and help to facilitate the time for the students to work on iReady, because within iReady, when they take those benchmark assessments, they get a prescriptive plan based on their individual needs. So you might have, one student that is struggling with one skill, but then you have student B who is excelling at that skill, but struggling with another skill. iReady builds a plan for them, so then they can work individually and put the time into their individual prescriptive plan. And the students have been working in iReady all throughout the year. We've had Ready Classroom initially for math anyway. That was our program, so they were very familiar with that. And then this past year, we began using iReady for reading. So the students are used to what the program looks like now and what the benchmarks look like. And now that we have a structure specific to when those assessments will take place, and making sure that we hone in on that data, then the students can kind of go back and work on their individualized plan. And they're very, like I said, they're very familiar with the program. So even though our specials teachers might not be ELA or math specific, they still can help to facilitate that with the students just working individually one-to-one on their Chromebooks. But again, those specialists will be pushing in during the AIM time with the groups. And one thing to note too is that our instructional coaches will have that time, their day designated to assist not just the whole MTSS team, but also our classroom teachers on helping to provide meaningful interventions to our students. And I've had a lot of discussions with our proposed instructional coaches and really just what it looks like. What does it look like for when we begin school? Because initially, until we get that first testing and assessment cycle done, we don't really have data to move with. So we've talked about what do those first 10 days look like? What are they focusing on? And a lot of it is we're going to have some new staff members in. We have to get them acclimated to the program so they're ready to be up and moving. They have had extensive training in coaching and then also within these programs, so they know how to assist our teachers in any need that they may have. And then they also have the time to research anything that they feel might be a struggle moving forward. So we've talked about how they can push into each grade level, get some feedback from the teachers on what they're going to need and what assistance they're going to need throughout the year to make it very meaningful for our students. Like Dr. Vanella was talking about, the things that are assessed on the report card are always important to us. To me, number one is always going to be attendance, because you can't provide interventions if kids aren't there. So that is one of the things that are noted in our beginning of the year activities and how we want to continue. We started to really focus on it 2 years ago, and then, we weren't here. No one was attending for a while. So we want to go back and really focus in on those attendance initiatives that we began 2 years ago. And then we also want to bring in the idea of focusing on achievement and progress, and providing incentives to students for that as well.
Yes, of course. So if I might be remembering it wrong, but my impression of what the school day used to look like is that there was like a 40-minute after homeroom, there was like a 40-minute intervention block,
Yes.
and then they moved into each of their subject areas.
Mhm.
So is that block still exist?
Yes, there will still be a 40-minute intervention block. The difference is that in the previous schedule, I believe last year and the year before, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade had intervention at the same time.
Right.
And then 7th and 8th had intervention at the same time. Now, what I'm doing to change the schedule is to make sure that those intervention blocks are staggered throughout the whole day.
Okay.
So then that way our specialists can be available for every single grade level.
Right. And I don't want to say it's not a challenge at all. I know it's going to be a scheduling challenge, but I just was sitting here thinking that with different kids in different classes at different periods, it does become. So I liked what I heard when you said they're going to build some of it into the class period because they're already there.
Yes.
But you're going to have different intervention. I didn't understand how 4th, 5th, and 6th grade could all have intervention at the same time. So you answered that question. Thank you.
Yeah, and one of the things that I had discussed with Dr. Kaz also was having maybe a day per week that was focusing on writing. So that way the kids can really just hone in on the writing because that's a big challenge for our older students as well. I mean, obviously reading is a challenge and comprehension is always going to be an issue and something that they need to focus on. And then one of the things that I have in the beginning of the year is like introducing literacy and reading initiatives where we can almost make it like a little bit of a competition and fun for the kids to start reading again. And reading is huge. And that's why our teachers would always try to do a book club. But at this point, I think that it's more important to make sure that maybe we do that in addition to and hone in on that individualized intervention. This has to be our priority.
Okay. And then my next or last question is if someone were to walk in or have a bird's eye view of a classroom while this is all going on, is it all the kids at individual computers doing their individual work that's geared to them? Or are we picturing more like 5 or 6 kids sitting around a table with a teacher getting direct instruction? Is it going to be super computer heavy? Or are we imagining it's more direct teacher? And that's, I mean, for anybody.
I feel like it's going to be a mix of both. Again,
Okay.
it's definitely going to be specific to what the needs are. You may have, maybe you have a small group of 4 or 5 students that both need help on this or all need help on the same skill. They may be working in a small group in the back with the teacher while you have another group of students up in the front that are working on their iReady prescriptive plans. And then maybe you have another group over here that are, finishing up a writing prompt or something.
Okay.
Almost in like centers, the idea of
Right.
centers. So I think it's going to be very specific to what is the need for that day.
Which you don't know.
Right.
All right, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions for Mrs. Sub?
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
And just a reminder for the board, I just want to remind you that we're actually revamping, the principals are revamping the schedule. That does take some time. So that's why we don't have drafts to show at this point, but as soon as we do, we'll make sure that we share them with you. And just real quick, I wanted to highlight, as Dr. Koss had already alluded to in her part of the presentation, is that we have actual programs that are aligned to the standards that are K-8, which is ELA will be EL education, math will be Ready Classroom, social studies is TCI, science we are with Mystery Science, and there's some other materials that we're using, but we're trying to transition to one science program. In addition, we have enrichment and remediation, and this is all across the gamut. We have the junior great books, we have the LLI kits and foundations, which is more remediation. We have guided reading and readers theater for more of the advanced students. We have Read Naturally, Raz Kids, Reading A to Z. We also just purchased Lego Robotics as well for our STEM classes or STEAM classes, and action-based learning labs as well. So those are the materials that we're going to be using to support our academics this year in school. As far as goal number 2, that was all academics. As far as goal number 2, we have our climate and culture. And the first thing I wanted to get to is something real quick. We've talked about this since I started here, which is rebranding. And it was a strategic plan expectation and a redistricting expectation. We now have 3 standard colors, black, Kelly green, and white across the board. We have a new district crest, and each building actually has new logos for their buildings. Everything's a paw print. That was our intent, is try to get to everything in a paw print. And we did save the history of the dolphin and the butterfly. If you look closely to the 2 little images, you can see that the butterfly spot is on the preschool center kitten, and then the cub has a dolphin, I call it a tattoo, but a dolphin spot, just to keep the history, because that's something that's been a big part of Summers Point for a really long time. As far as Dawes Avenue events, Dr. Vanella, you're back up.
September is National School Success Month, so we're going to start that as the theme for the year. And what we'll do is, as our students are cycling in and getting back to a new norm of coming into school every day and seeing each other, we're going to set up goals for them so that they can understand that one of the biggest performance indicators is growth. So we're all going to start at different spots, and we're all going to demonstrate growth. And my growth is going to look different than your growth, but we're all working together to demonstrate our individual successes. What we'll do is we'll display those goals internally, because we want to make sure our students see and are working towards our goals. And we'll also be able to put them online and share them with the community as well. We want to do a bouncing forward kickoff for SEL, which will focus on attendance, and we'll have the mascot there, because as we've rebranded, we want our students to know that we're one school and kind of see where we're going with that. And the PTO is going to provide shirts for all of our students, so we're going to have a day where we can collectively wear.
We're hopeful. Mrs. Doherty is back here. We're hopeful. We're working on that right now. Yes.
If not, we can pick a color. We can have green day, white day, and maybe have the grades wear different colors like that. It's also National Library Card Sign Up Month and International Literacy Day. So we're going to try and get all of our kids signed up to have library cards, since it's so close to the school. We're going to have back to school night, and the bike event will be there as well. So I'm really excited to kick off this year and involve our families and get the students back and really set our goals of growing together and getting back on track.
Thank you, Dr. Vanella. Okay, Mrs. Supp, you're back up. And then Mr. Thomas.
So like I said before, one of our main goals is making sure that we have the students in front of us so that we can provide all of the things that we plan for. And I feel like that initiative and really making students want to be in school starts with the first day. So we will have a first day of school, back to school rally, where it's a kickoff to the school year. We'll introduce our school year theme, and normally we have a theme committee where we have the staff kind of come together to collaborate. So we're going to base it off of that whole idea of bouncing forward and moving ahead, and really promoting the focus for the year, and promoting achievement and attendance, and getting the kids excited to be in school. All of our grade levels will review the student handbook. They haven't been in school all together for a while, and I think that it's important when they come in to remember what school is and know what the expectations are moving forward, and really just set things off on the right foot. In our AIM classes, the students are going to work with their teachers to set goals, and then use that individual assessment data to set goals for themselves for progress and academic learning and achievement. We're going to begin some literacy initiatives. I mentioned this before, with having monthly incentives for reading, where we can really get Ms. Distachio involved with our ELA teachers, and then even within those AIM classes, promoting the reading and reading comprehension for kids, and really get them excited about reading and allow them to branch out and read things that they enjoy reading. And then we're going to continue with our attendance initiatives, providing monthly incentives, again, for good attendance. On September 29th, we have our first walk and bike to school event with Cross County Connections. They will be there to promote biking safety and giving away helmets to our students. And then we are going to reinforce those rules as far as what biking looks like once students get on the premises and on our campus. And then on September 29th, it's our back to school night. We'll have our NGHS there to serve as tour guides for our parents so that they know exactly where they're going to. And I think at that point, that's going to be a really great time for our teachers to highlight what our MTSS program looks like within the classrooms, and also how that data will be provided to them individually from those classroom teachers once we have that assessment data as well. Integrated into all of our back to school activities and community activities, we of course need to address the needs of our ESL population. And Mr. Thomas and I have been talking about ideas for that and what that will look like. He's up next.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you're
Sorry,
next.
Mrs. Tupp, one thing I just wanted to, a suggestion.
Yeah.
You had mentioned about reviewing the student handbook, which I think is important. Maybe at back to school night, I don't know how, but review with the parents as well, so they're aware of all that, because things have been different for everything you said about the students. I think it's the same for the parents, so I feel like that would be good information, like maybe some, I don't know how, I'm just thinking some sort of refresher, just to kind of piggyback on what you
Yeah,
said.
that's
That
a
might
good
be-
idea. We
that
have
might be
a
helpful.
sign off, like acknowledgement of it, but you're right. And even though it's on the website, I don't know how many people really look into it and like what the changes and important points are. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, Mr. Thomas.
Hi, everyone. So these are just some of the events we're going to have in the beginning of the school year that are going to help support our ESL students and our ESL families. Last year, because of everything, we obviously went very tech heavy, and we realized a lot of our families were having difficulties with technology. So what we did is we had all three of our ESL teachers, Miss O'Brien, Miss Unsworth, and Miss Weimer, come over here. And our ESL teachers were able to schedule individual appointments with them. And they basically walked them through helping register their child, getting their child's login credentials, kind of just answering any questions that they might have. We're also, as a district, moving to the Remind app. So our ESL families are used to using the Talking Points app. So that'll be a good time for our ESL families to get help getting that app on their phone, so then they can have the clear communication within the district. So we usually like to have that event like within the first week or two to get them started and making sure they're not missing anything off the bat. We do want to have an ESL table at back to school night at both schools, so that our ESL teachers are out and present, and they just have really good relationships with the families. So when they see them, they're very likely to come over and ask any questions that they might be reluctant to ask within the child's classroom. Our parents have actually shown some interest in having some parent English classes in the evenings or after school. We're going to survey them to see when the best times for them would work. And we're hoping to start that in October. And that's actually going to be twofold, because a lot of the parents will bring their child. So we'll have two teachers, and it could be like Miss O'Brien will take the parents and do the English classes with them. And then Miss Weimer might take the students and provide enrichment or work on homework, or just kind of provide whatever they might need. And then we'd also kind of like to have a literacy night. Luckily, last year we had some extra Title III money that we were able to provide each library at Dawes and at Jordan Road about $1,000 to purchase some books in different languages and purchase some bilingual books. So they're slowly coming in, but once they're kind of all set up, we kind of want to have an event, and we might tie it into a BPAC event just to let the parents and the students know that these resources are available for them. So.
Fantastic. Any questions for Mr. Thomas?
Does the Remind app automatically translate to Spanish or
Yes.
other languages that people may need?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
so
the
that-
teacher could send something out, and they have to like translate and put it in, or it's automatic?
It should translate into the language that they have it set on.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and then it would translate back. They would like it back to English when it's
So
sent back to the
they
teacher.
would be able to set a setting for how they want to receive it?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, great.
And that's how they use the Talking Points app currently, but then this will just be one app, and they don't have to worry about switching back and forth between things.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Appreciate it. Okay. And actually, Mrs. Doherty, do you mind if I put you on the spot, because you're here? So this is about the event that's on the agenda. Do you want to share a little bit with the board? I kind of put you on the spot, but you were in here anyway. So
Can I kind of start off with where the PTO is first, or you want me to do that a little later?
Can you do that a little later and just
Sure,
talk
yeah.
about the event, and then we'll get to that point?
Okay, so, I mean, really, it's a whole new PTO. There's like 5 of us, and we're going to do the best we can to try to still make everything go really well for the kids. What we want to do to start off the school year is the first week of school, have a joint event with the Green Team in Summers Point, who was very interested in partnering with us for this, so that we can emphasize things like safe routes to school, and just really bringing the community together. So some of the things that we're thinking, this is a draft. This is all what we want to do. So the ice cream truck was kind of hoping to draw people in, with the Green Team hopefully sponsoring it. We don't know yet. Including something that might draw the kids, like a touch a truck event with the ACUA and their green vehicles, potentially food trucks if we can get people interested in doing that, and then set up booths. So the Green Team had a good idea about something that's really important, the lead paint issue, and that's also a city initiative for Summers Point. And then setting up a connection to the first day of school, like getting a banner together where each of the kids that come over would put a handprint, something like that. Potentially, if the kindergarten teachers are interested, having the kids be able to meet the teacher there, because that's kind of the most excited group of kids, for meeting their teacher right off the bat there. And then tying it into recreation too, because something that's difficult, I think, sometimes is getting the information out to everybody for what recreation programs exist in town. So I've already reached out to the hockey and football, and they were both interested. We're going to reach out to Little League also, having information there in hopefully English and Spanish, and then whatever other languages may be suggested, and having something where you can donate gently used equipment or take it if you need it. So just making things more accessible for people, so that we can really get people together and get people active with what we have in town. And then a book exchange and snack booth, and then hopefully reach out to the police department to help us with a bike safety booth. Something, where you emphasize safe route to school. Maybe each kid could figure out what their route would be, and make sure that, kids really know what they're supposed to be doing to get to school, and what, routes where the crossing guards are, and maybe even figure out if there's better places to put crossing guards, things like that. And then obviously PTO booth. So we want to reach out to people and make sure that parents do it.
Thank you.
Again, draft. But
It's a rough
plan.
draft, but I wanted to share it since it's on the agenda for approval tonight. Thank you so much, Mrs. Doherty, for letting me put you on the spot there. Okay, so moving on to our goal number 3, which is communication and parent community partnerships. We are moving to the Remind app, and this is a little video about the Remind app. I don't know if it's
because it allows educators, students, and parents to reach each other by text or app without sharing personal contact information. With the Remind plan, you can leverage existing engagement and integrate your student information system, create one powerful district-wide solution that consolidates classroom, school, and district communication. Plus, Remind provides you with additional features to maintain oversight, gather insights, make announcements, and more. Now you can keep everyone informed and engaged effortlessly with Remind.
Sorry about the volume. Let me see here. So as far as, can you mute me again? Because it's not letting me do it on here. Thank you. So as far as the program here, with Remind, part of the reason we've decided to go to this app is twofold. One is because we learned one thing in COVID, that parents had app overload. And this is something that we've discussed during strategic planning. And also too, this is an app that Mainland's used moving to. So our families that have students in both districts will have the ability to have one app, but also receive text messages. This has voicemail capability. This has a ton of other features that we will teach our families about, including the language translation, which will help our families as well. It really is very seamless. We're in the process of setting it up right now in order to, because we've always used Blackboard in the past, but Blackboard, what we've learned from that product is that it's a little limited and it's just one more thing. So this is going to be one app that the district will communicate. The parents will get communications from the district level, the building level, and also the teachers. We also have oversight as far as as administration in order to make sure what's going out of our district. In addition, this has, like I said, it has voicemail for the teachers. It'll have office hours, so they won't be getting text messages and calls all the time. It has an isolated number for the teachers, so they're not using their own personal cell phones or even child study team. In addition, the parents' phone numbers are not used as well. So it all goes through the app. So it'll definitely be a much better seamless communication process for the district. Another thing that'll be going on as far as the principals, they will be sending out monthly newsletters via SMORE that gives you updates on curriculum activities in the buildings, other activities that are going on within the district, and other things that they would like you to know about upcoming events. In addition, we have our school calendars, which will all be online this year. All activities, sports, everything will be in this calendar so you know what's coming up. So if you have people that are wondering where to find out what's going on, it will all be on the district website calendar. It'll be by building and it'll also be by district. One thing that we're working on is we're partnering not only again with Safe Routes to School, which when I first started here 3 years ago, we started, and then it kind of fell by the wayside. But now that the S-curve is done, we're back partnering with the Safe Routes to School. In addition, I am also part of the Bike Friendly Community Initiative, and we're working with them on helping them get a grant for infrastructure to, again, improve transportation for our students that are walking or riding bikes to school in a much safer manner. And then we're also going to be working with the PTO. Thank you, Mrs. Doherty, for stepping up to be president, and other organizations such as the Foundation for Education. The Foundation for Education is actually helping us with a couple initiatives due to our one-to-one process where we now are currently one-to-one. We really don't need to use those tech grants that they provided us in the past right at this moment. So they're reallocating those funds to help us in other ways, in addition to the Foundation for Education at the retreat that we had not too long ago. They're actually going to start, instead of having once a year in the spring, and this is something that I've shared with the principals, instead of in the spring teachers applying for grants, now it'll be a rolling grant process that if a teacher, any of our teachers or the principals decide that there's something that they would really like to support from the foundation, they can send a proposal and they will be reviewed on a monthly basis with the Foundation for Education to support those initiatives. But I'm very thankful that the PTO and the Foundation for Education have offered to step up and help us with the rebranding process and getting students and staff, our faculty, new t-shirts with our new logos on them and get us off, have a good kickoff for the school year, in addition to some other initiatives and support as well. Are there any additional questions from the board at this time? Okay. Thank you very much.
You know what? I had a question. I was looking through. So is Mainland switching to Remind too? They weren't using that last year. Are they making that switch too?
Yes.
Okay. I was like, I don't remember them sending Remind. I was trying to see if they had done that. So okay, they were. I think they used Blackboard Connect.
Yes. Yes.
So
and
they're
so
making the switch as well this year. Okay. Thank you.
They actually, they started the process, and then Remind reached out to me and says, "Hey, by the way, Mainland's starting this." And I've used Remind as a parent, and I think it's a really good product. And with the paid version, it gives us the voicemail applications for the teachers, and it gives us a lot more robust of a communication process.
Right. I was going to say, I think a lot of people are familiar with Remind, but that's more of the free app that everyone can use, not necessarily the version that provides all these extras. Correct. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to allow the public, if they have any questions regarding this presentation only, of anything that was presented, ask it at this time. So I will open up to the public, again, for questions only regarding this presentation that was given. So if anyone would like to address the board or ask a question, you can do that now. And if you are watching from home, you can dial in at 927-1032. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Sure, come over to the podium.
Teresa Doherty, 26 Dogwood Drive. So the one thing, I did attend one of the DPAC meetings for the ESL families, and I just would like to point out that there's very little support for a pretty significant Spanish-speaking community we have here. I think there's one teacher, from my understanding, that speaks Spanish. So I feel like that should be a priority as you're hiring. It sounds like you're doing some hiring and just, you know, trying to do a little bit better for the Spanish-speaking community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the public regarding the presentation that was just provided? Just give it one more minute, just because of the delay. Okay, at this point, I will close public comment regarding our presentation, and we will move on to communications. I get a motion to approve items 7A through E, please.
Motion, Samuelson.
Thank you.
Second, Myers.
Thank you. Any questions?
I had a question regarding the enrollment report. I know our kindergarten numbers are much lower than they normally would be. I didn't know if we could let parents know how they're able to register.
Absolutely. We are actually going to be doing another push once I get the Remind app, which I'm hoping in the next couple of days with Mr. Straka's help. We can actually get a push out to the community in addition to other avenues such as social media, et cetera, with the fact that our families, we have a central registration office now at New York Avenue. And what they have to do is they have to start the process online, and there is a link to register online. And they start the process online, and then the central registration secretary, which is Mrs. Pat Nicodemus, will call them for an appointment to come in. And if we need a translator, we'll be happy to do that and bring someone in to translate for the families to ensure that they're comfortable with the registration process. And we will finalize everything that way. So it is by appointment only, but we are starting the process online. Okay. Yes, Mrs. Brookbank.
Are there any appointments available outside of the hours of Monday to Thursday from 8 to 2?
We can actually, I can flex that. We will make sure that we have some evenings available.
Because I know when I had to register, it was, they wouldn't register past 1, and it was challenging to get there while working.
I'll do my best to make sure that we have some flex time.
And just a suggestion, if we could maybe have a kiosk or information at the library for people who don't have a computer, and they could get their hours that the school is not open to start the registration process. If maybe we could do some sort of outreach with the library.
Great suggestion, and I will definitely work on that. Thank you.
I was thinking the library on to piggyback on that, or City Hall, because I'm thinking of parents who aren't in, like, first-time parents who aren't involved with the school, who did, you know, and who wouldn't have sent their kids to preschool anyway, but especially this past year, for them to know, because a lot of them might not be thinking, oh, it's July. You know what I mean? They might be thinking about that in September, not necessarily July. So I don't know if there's a way to outreach to those parents who might not realize that this is the time to do it with their brand new ones that are going on to school.
I'll definitely look into that. Maybe I can even get some support from City Hall. I know they've been very supportive about getting that information out some other way. You know, maybe if we do a mailing or something like that. Well, I'll talk to them and see what options we have.
I was just wondering, I thought that maybe I saw like yard signs a few years ago that we used, and I haven't seen them around town this year. Am I misremembering that?
I don't remember. I don't remember if we do that
Like
my
have this
first.
vision of signs, like it's time to register or round up, and then being like yard signs that were around town. But if not, it may.
Well, we have the capability now. We have actually a printer that can do that. So I will get working on that.
I'm just thinking. it might
No,
be-
it's a great idea.
The other question I have is that in a previous district I worked in, so when we fill, and we might do it here, when we fill out like the student paperwork every year, like I'm just gonna say, so for Scarlett, I would have to list all her siblings, even if they're not school age. Do we collect that information?
Yes.
So then, do we go through and see who has a sibling that would now be kindergarten age and call those people?
Well, they're actually linked. We don't have any of the siblings that are not currently registered, but we can definitely do that. We don't have any of the siblings that are not registered in district.
Well, just the other district, like they use that data to figure out who they can call to see, is this kid's the right age? Are they registered yet? And I was just wondering if
We can do that. Absolutely. I have Mrs. Nicodemus coming back next week. I'll talk to her about it. Anything else?
I can't remember. Any other questions?
Thank you for those suggestions.
Are we going to discuss the HIB report in executive session like we have been doing previously?
I can move that to the end then, if you,
Yeah.
7 a.m. B, you want me to move to the end?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so then I'll amend the motion. It will be for item 7C through E then. Is the motion for the approval? We have the first and the second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Mrs. Burbank,
yes.
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes. Thank you. Motion approved. I'm sorry, I did have, the motion's already been approved, but I did have a question I just remembered about the life skills training through APR. What, it wasn't gonna affect my vote on it or anything, but my question is what was the age ranges and what type of life skills? And is it just a general broad brush or is it targeted to a specific population for the life skills training?
Dr. Kass. The life skills was with Julie.
It was just more of a curiosity, the type of training they were providing and what the population. I didn't know if it was a specialized life skills or if it was just a general and the age range. It was just curious. That was all.
And the process is continuing through the summer with one of our teachers that is running through the enrichment program.
That's okay. Okay,
Sorry about that.
motion to approve item 8A.
Motion, Samuelson.
Second to Chico. Thank you. Any questions?
I was curious, something that came up during the presentation was kids' attendance. Is it possible for principal reports to include attendance for student reports? So the board knows how we're doing on bouncing back with attendance, or something to think about anyway.
Thank you for the recommendation.
Any other questions?
I was gonna, just to Stacy's point, I was gonna also ask to have that as an agenda item for student and community affairs, that and staff absences as well. They seem to be very high. I don't know if that was just last year or what, maybe digging into some data about those, because you can't teach the kids if the students are in school. I mean, if the teachers aren't in school, so that too.
Okay, any other questions? Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes. Thank you. Motion approved. Okay, moving on to communications and committee reports. For student and community affairs, Mrs. Chico is now going to be our chair for student and community affairs. And Dr. Dalton will be joining that committee, as well as the instruction committee. Mrs. Brooksbanks will be joining that committee. So those are the updates overall. Did any chairs have anything that they wanted to report? Mrs. DeChico?
No.
Okay, Mrs. Samuelson?
No.
Okay. Mr. Sweeter?
No, nothing.
Okay, anything for Foundation for Education as well? Why have you, Mr. Sweeter?
Maybe Dr. Carney Ray can fill them in. I was on vacation that day. Had a retreat, so I don't know if Dr. Carney Ray might be able to represent that.
Sure, I can. Thank you, Mr. Sweeter. Actually, the retreat was held here at Jordan Road. We met for about an hour and a half with the committee. We went over the budget for the school year. We went over needs for the school district. They came up with some new initiatives to try to raise funds for the foundation. And they actually have some really nice stuff planned this year to get back into the swing of fundraising for the foundation and some support for our building principals and also the teaching staff. So like I said earlier, they're going to have a rolling approval for grants for teachers that are interested. So if any of our staff faculty are out there and are interested in some projects, feel free to put proposals together and bring them to the foundation. But I'm really excited for the direction that they're moving, and they're actually having a fall kickoff event. They are having a raffle. They are also going to be doing like a fall dinner appetizer event. They're planning on doing something. My understanding is they're trying to get Josie Kelly's to have the event for the fall. And then they will also be doing a dinner dance, but they're looking for a new term for that dinner dance and maybe restructuring it a little bit. So I'm very excited for the process. And we're looking for new volunteers. So if anybody would like to be on the Foundation for Education, please let us know. Hope that was okay, Mr. Sweeter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we have dates for our next committee meetings?
Next committee meetings, yes. And those dates are.
Well, I'm looking at each chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
Not to mine. Unless we're doing it the normal first Tuesday, I'm not aware.
Okay, of August. Okay, and I just wanted to give you a chance if you had any information. Okay.
Can we, can as part of the finance, can we get an update just on how the roofing is going, or is that coming up later in the meeting?
I can address it right now if you'd like.
I just wanted to see how things are going with the roofing.
Things are going a little bit better than they started out with, as I sent to all of you, that the Thursday before 4th of July weekend, we had a winter intrusion over at the Bells Avenue School. Mr. Nelson was here, as well as the night crew, when they noticed that water was coming in on the second floor. Contacted the architect, contacted the contractor. The contractor sent out one person. His next call was to me. I contacted our insurance company, told Mr. Nelson to do whatever he could to save whatever he could in those classrooms upstairs, which they did. Our staff did an excellent job at saving almost all the instructional materials. It came down the middle of the classrooms. And we had a remediation team out within an hour's time, drying out the building. The one thing that made very clear to the contractor is I wanted that roof tarped because we were expecting a storm at 2 o'clock in the morning, and who knows when else over the weekend. Once the roof was tarped, the water stopped coming in. Apparently, it was a water drain that they did not hook up correctly to. So the water was coming down through the drain, and it affected our HVAC insulation, a lot of ceiling tile. One classroom floor needs their tile removed and replaced. And our insurance company, who will be subrogating our contractors' insurance company, this is not falling on the Board of Education at all. And that's why I phoned them right away. Just in case, we wanted to make sure that our buildings were going to be safe. We're fortunate that Dawes Avenue is a block building. It doesn't have any wallboard. It did have co-basing, which needs to be replaced, but very fortunate that it's not the wallboard where it sucks up the water. It took them a good 4 days to dry out the building to make sure. Our insurance company also sent out a chemical industrial hygienist to do air samplings throughout the building, and especially in the classrooms that were affected, because not only 4 classrooms on the second floor were affected, but there were 3 classrooms on the bottom floor that were affected minimally, but still the same thing, the HVAC insulation, the ceiling tiles, the cove base. Mr. Nelson, from previous experience, had taken pictures of every single classroom prior to the start of this project, because at one of his previous districts, they had a roofing project and they had water intrusion, and the contractor kept blaming it on the school district. We had never had a water intrusion over at Dawes Avenue, so therefore we have all those pictures. The property adjuster, Mr. Merton, was out, and he went through everything with Mr. Nelson. He's writing up his report. I'm waiting for the CIH, the Chemical Industrial Hygienist report, to find out if everything is okay in the building. If there was something wrong, he would have immediately called us. It was done last week, and I haven't heard from him. So I think at this point in time, no news is good news for us. They are quite aware of the fact, through both Mr. Nelson and myself, that if they're going to be taking anything off the roof, they better have it covered, especially down here in Summers Point. We don't know when it's going to rain. It'll just pick up and it'll be done. So when they leave, so that's where we're at right now. I have not heard from Mr. Hopkins since the call to him, the email to him. Monday morning, I will be on the phone with him, asking him, I want a job meeting. I want to know where we're at, what they're doing, how they're doing, even though Mr. Nelson is keeping a good eye on it, and he's very familiar with not so much the roofing process, but how to make sure the job's getting done. We're having an issue with them leaving trash around the building, as when our men go to landscape, cut the lawn, things like that. We've expressed that in writing to not only the architect and to the contractor, and he said that he would take care of it. We gave them this week. They have not taken care of it. So that's why Monday morning is our go-to time to say, okay, we want you here. We want you here immediately. We want to have a job meeting. There are a lot of issues we want to talk about. So are we on target for it being finished by the start of school? Yes, we are. As long as we don't get any more Elsa is coming through, Storm Elsa is coming through, or anything like that. So that's where we're at right now. But our insurance company is handling it in the best way that could possibly handle the situation. And that All Risk, who was the remediation company that came in, they were the ones that did a little remediation for us last summer. They have been on site. Mr. Nelson can call them at any time if he sees something that he thinks happens. They had an electrician out. We do know that there's at least one projector that was affected by it. But we do know over time, as we talked to Mr. Chaka, that the projector may work today, but it may not work tomorrow or the next day or the next week. So that's another thing that we'll ask for a continued look at by an electrician.
So the teachers whose classrooms were impacted could expect that those classrooms will be put back together
Absolutely.
in time.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Nelson for his proactive work, and it's impressive and it's obviously necessary. So thank you.
That was a holiday weekend. That was a Thursday night that it happened at about 8 o'clock, so that if the night crew, number one, hadn't been over at Dawes and been here or over at New York Avenue is finished and ready to open up for the school year, preschool kiddies. If they hadn't been over there, it could have been more of a mess than what it was, because they do come in on Friday, but it would have happened all night long. So we have the crew that stays here till 11 o'clock. We have a couple guys that work the night crew because they work day jobs. So we were very fortunate in that regard.
That's great.
Yes.
We stayed on watch until 2 a.m. just to make sure that we were safe and made it through the bands of storms and stuff like that that were coming through. So
When
very
you have,
grateful.
yeah, when you have an alarm system that goes down, normally you do an alarm watch, and I've done that in schools. Well, this one I wanted a water watch. I wanted somebody here to make sure that if there needed to be a phone call made, that I get called, Keith gets called, and that we move forward with the process. And so I know Dr. Cry on Saturday morning brought the guys who were here working hard at night, and the ones that are working during the daytime. She brought them coffee and donuts. She welcomed them and said thank you. But it could have been more of a disaster than it was. But we're moving forward. And yes, the teachers, we've worked with Dr. Vanilla, and she knows what's going on with those classrooms. And like I said, very little, if any, instructional material was impacted at all by this. It was straight down the center of the classrooms, which was a good thing.
Well, I just want to extend my thanks to everyone, the whole team, and I just want them to know that it's appreciated and acknowledged.
We will let them know.
And then I also just, since we talked about facilities, I don't know if this is the right time, but I just wanted to acknowledge the fence at New York Avenue, and I couldn't really picture it until I saw it and how much extra play space it creates. And I just wanted to acknowledge how great that looks and how good it will be for them.
Great, thank you. We appreciate that.
We're actually entered into a garden competition for the school gardens, so I'm hoping we win.
Thank you, Mrs. Brookbank.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment about the roof. It was so surprising because we knew there were storms coming. So like when you were saying that they hadn't tarped it, like I guess that was kind of like the shock. It wasn't a pop-up thunderstorm type of a thing. It was, we all knew that and had known for days that this big storm was coming. So I guess that was like the surprise when it was like, well, they're going to tarp it now. And it's like, now what,
That was my first question. Is it tarped? And Keith said, no, it's not. And I said, well, the first thing I want them to do is I want them to tarp. Well, they only had one guy. The contractor only had one guy show up. So then we got it tarped.
Another question on this issue. Is there I don't know how the process works. So is there an outside party that comes in to inspect the work that's being done? Because now it just brings into question whether they're the right team to be even doing the work.
Oh, you mean the roofing project?
Right. If they don't know to tarp, I just want to make sure that someone, I'm not trying to be rude or
No,
rash.
I understand. I certainly understand. Unfortunately, under the bidding laws in the state of New Jersey, you have to take the lowest responsive bidder. And this was the company that was the lowest responsible bidder. As we said, there has been a lot of communication going back between Mr. Nelson, and I felt there needed to be one point person who truly was there and understood and was up on the roof. I don't go up on roofs. I'm afraid of heights. So birds and heights, I don't know why. So I don't go up on roofs. But Mr. Nelson goes up. He and I meet every morning when I'm in, usually about 6:30, 6:45, and we go over everything that maybe have happened the day before and what's going to happen that day. And so he'll tell me, you know, that they're taking off this part of the roof. They're doing it in lengthwise type areas. And so he'll say they're working on this part of the roof. They're they're taking off and replacing now instead of doing it. But it wasn't so much the transition from an old roof to a new roof. It was that it was not connected to a water drain coming down.
I guess I just wanted to understand, it's not like if I build a deck and I have to have the township inspector come out and make sure it's safe before it's okay, before they leave. The
That
roof
would
is
be
not like that.
That would be your architect.
Okay.
Your architect would be the person who would be the one that comes out and certifies what I pay them, how I pay them, you know, what percentage of the job is done. I don't have a second payment for them. I have an initial payment because of all the supplies that they had to order. That's required, you know, the roofing supplies that are on site. But I don't have a second request for payment yet. I will get one, but at that time, the architect and the engineer should be the ones that are coming out, walking on the roof with Mr. Nelson and making sure that what they're seeing is being done correct and the way that we want it done and the way that the bid specs are written.
Okay, so I guess what I'm just going to ask is, I know you have a meeting on Monday, and I
I'm
know
gonna-
you're
we're-
doing a wonderful job handling it. I'm just saying, so part of that conversation is going to be that the architect and engineer need to be up on that roof, making sure things are going correctly and giving reports. And is that something that we could get a report after
The
that
job-
meeting
the-
to see
yeah.
how that meeting goes?
The job meeting minutes,
Yes.
the architect usually does the job meeting minutes, but I do internal job meeting minutes. I keep just notes of what occurs at these meetings. So what I will do is, along with the finance committee, I will share it with all the board members that this is what happened with our job meeting with the architect and the roofing contractor. Absolutely.
Thank
Okay, thank you. Moving on to agreements, applications, and contracts. I'm going to motion to approve items 10A through B, please.
Motion, Samuelson.
Thank you.
Second, Chico.
Thank you. Any questions?
For 10A, that looks like it is inclusive of both the summer program and next year's school tuition, correct?
Yes, it is for the extended school year plus the next year's school year. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Can I get a roll call, please?
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. Moving on to curriculum. Can I get a motion to approve items A through F, please?
Motion, Samuelson.
Thank you.
Second, Chico.
Thank you. Any questions?
And I would like the board to note that because the first one is for all of you to be scheduled to attend the virtual school board. I know Dr. Dalton had asked, it was 400 or 900 for 25 people. Whatnot, 25 people or as many as we could. And so what I'll do is in the minutes, it will reflect that for each individual board member that you abstain on the vote for you attending. Even if you don't attend, because we're doing it as a group one, it'll show that you abstained on your own personal attendance at the virtual meeting, okay?
Okay, that's fine. And also I was telling one of our members this the other day, the conference is a virtual conference again this year. So in years past, it's difficult for board members to be able to go because it's during the workday. But this conference is virtual, so we'll have access to it. So even if we're not available during those work days, we'll be able to log in at any time and get the information.
Right, because you will be registered.
Item G, is that something new or has there always been a junior play?
No, we're not talking about the junior play. We're talking about the
No, I
school
know, no,
board's
I
conference.
didn't know if we could.
A through F.
Oh, we didn't
Mr.
get through. We're
Conover.
only
Oh, I
on A
didn't-
through F. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Sorry, I thought you said the whole thing.
No, that's okay. Any other questions on A through F?
I have a question about E. The school security upgrades. It says that is that something that we can know? Is that stuff that's planned, already planned?
Yes, this is something that was planned actually prior to my coming on board, but finished up. At that time, it was the bond referendum that you all voted on Leadwater plus facilities plus vocational schools. It's taken them since, and it was before I retired from NJ ASBO. At that time, it was passed, so that was 2008. It's taken them this long to get it, the commissioner to get the information to the legislature so the legislature could pass it so that it could get approved, because that was part of the bill, that the legislature had to approve all the projects. So finally, we have been approved. Bill and I have been waiting how long? And we couldn't buy the stuff. We couldn't do any of the things until that time. And our argument with them was, you held us off for almost 3 years. You're not going to allow us to do amendments to this because some of the things may have had to have been done.
Well, that's what I was just going to ask. If 3 years ago you had a security plan, some of that work may have already gone in for other weight, or is this all new?
No, some of it may have gone into an ESSER plan. It may, anything that was important, that needed to be done strategically right away, we did it. We had to do it. So now what'll happen is school districts that are in that boat that don't get to spend all their money, and we made it very vague. We made it additional cameras. We made it so we weren't that specific so that we knew. I know how the state works, and they're very, very slow. Servers, what were some other things, Bill, under the Alyssa law? It was routers, things like that we put in there. Oh, I don't know what. Oh, yes. But they're already done. They were already done. So they were under a second part of a different grant. The money will go back to the state, and then they'll reissue it out again as another project for individuals. So like if you have a very large school district, if you're in Patterson or one of them up north, and they proceeded to do what they needed to get done, and they had $1 million left over, that's going to go back into a pot. And then they're going to reallocate it out to districts for more security.
Okay.
And I'm not sure reallocating it back out, whether the law said that it had to go back to the legislature, the legislators or not to approve. I'm not quite sure, but let's keep our fingers crossed now. But we're pretty good by being very vague in what we wanted to do.
Okay.
Okay, I have additional question on F, the calendar. Can you just let the public know what's being revised in the calendar, what we're changing?
We noticed, actually received a couple emails from staff when they were going to put their days off into their calendars that we had the wrong weekend for President's Weekend. So that's what was changed, just the days off for President's Weekend, and that was the only adjustment made in the calendar.
So for those of you watching from home, the only change is just check it, just President's Day, just was the wrong Monday, that's all. No other changes. Any other questions? Okay, I'm gonna have a roll call, please.
Dr. Dalton.
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter.
Yes.
Mrs. Burbank.
Yes.
Dr. Myers.
Yes.
Mr. Conover.
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. Okay, moving on to the item G, 11G, the junior play. I have a motion.
Motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Who was the second? I apologize. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Conover, with your question.
No, is that a new thing or is that something we've always had, junior play? It just
Junior
doesn't-
play? No, We've always had
We've always had
junior
it.
play, yeah.
I just
Middle school.
always see the big kid stuff. I never see the.
Yeah, we have the junior play, and I know that I'm getting old because the plays are starting to recycle through. I remember Winnie the Pooh. It's kind of frightening. But you know, the kids aren't gonna, all the kids that are doing it, it's gonna be new, but there may be some parents that's all already, but hey, but yes.
Is that open? Are the plays open to St. Joe students as well or no?
We haven't had St. Joe's students in there. I'm sorry. We haven't had, it's been our students. It's been primarily the junior play as our Dawes students. And then the middle school, the musical production is our middle school students.
Any other questions? I have a roll call, please.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. Okay, motion approved items 11H, please.
Motion Samuelson.
Second, Dalton.
Thank you. I have a question. If we don't know, if it's not decided yet what the play is or any of that, wouldn't we just wait until we do have that information to approve it, or?
We can table it. I've been trying to get
I'm just thinking because it's May, but I'm just thinking if they don't know what they're doing yet or anything, wouldn't it just be better to wait in order to?
we can. I was just trying to do that so that we can, because it's
They have to reserve.
say again.
Do they have to reserve the time at the gateway?
Well, they have to reserve the time at the gateway, and I didn't want them doing that. Plus, I've been trying to tell all the schools, and we've talked about this, about getting everything approved for the year, even if it's a TBD, so that it's been approved and it's done, so that, and then if we have to adjust a little bit, we can.
You could always do a second motion, so approve it now, but then when you get the title, do another approval for
That's what I
actually
was gonna
approving the
say.
play title.
Thank you. I was going to suggest that. Can we, if you're trying to reserve a place and your people, can we do the motion like that? But we're not approving the play yet because we don't have a play to approve. But if you need to have the approval for the people on the place. But
Yeah,
I mean,
I have to say the gateway went really, really well. It was a really great venue for the students. And I want to make sure that Mr. Polito has the opportunity to do and get our dates and stuff like that in. But if I'm totally fine with bringing it back to you when we have a name of the play.
So, Ms. Zelko, how do we state the motion then? Is it just for the play production and the production dates? Like, what's the?
There's no dates either. I think it would just be for I think it was on. I think you approve it as is, and then we just do a second motion when we have the actual title and do a motion to approve the play titled whatever it is to go inside with the original motion.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Yes. This may seem silly, but if we're approving this so that we can reserve the gateway, we don't even know when the play's going to be, correct?
We know it's going to be in the month of May, and we have to make sure that we can, we didn't want to go and reserve dates until we knew that it was an approved play to put on, and then we're going to go ask the gateway for those times.
Okay, so that should be in the second motion too, is the dates. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the second motion will be the actual, what the play is and the dates of what it is. Probably they have to call the gateway and get the calendar when they have available, and they might say we have May 15th or through the 16th, and then they have to book it. And then, so for that second motion, it'll give the dates, and then they'll have the actual play that it's going to be. Okay.
Right, and Mr. Polito then has the authority to call them, set up the dates that he needs to set up to do the play, so that the Gateway knows that the board has approved it and it is an approved play, and they can just move forward at that time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Have a roll call, please.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. I have a motion to approve items I through J, please.
Motion, Samuelson.
Thank you.
Second, DeChico?
Thank you. Any questions? May I have a roll call?
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. May I have a motion to approve item 11K, please?
Motion, Samuelson.
Thank you.
Second, Myers.
Thank you. Questions?
I had questions regarding parent-teacher conferences because this would fall over the conference week. And I didn't know how that would be handled for parents.
And actually a very interesting question. And what we can do is I can work with Mrs. Supp. Mrs. Supp, this is in regards to Mrs. Brogland will be away if it was approved for parent-teacher conferences. Will we have a way to articulate, any needs for the parents at that time?
I had a question just on the overall, the content of the trip and how it would apply to, for our students.
Well, it actually, I had put in one of my updates that it applies to the life sciences and earth sciences. And we already discussed it with Dr. Koss, and Dr. Koss and I agreed that we would request for it, an implementation in the classroom to be submitted and turnkey planning plans also submitted to not only utilize it within her classroom, but also share with peers as well. Like we were talking about some ideas about possibly turnkeying it to the elementary students because it is something with, sea turtles and things like that are endangered species. So we were we wanted to figure out a way that we could really utilize a broad scope. I'm sorry, my microphone keeps going out. Broad scope so that it's not just a for 8th grade thing. So that's something that we would work with Mrs. Brogland on a pending approval.
And looking at continuity of instruction, that would give the students no full weeks of instruction in November with a classroom teacher. The way the November calendar falls, this falls over the only 2 full weeks of school, just to point that out.
What's the overall cost to the district for this?
Substitutes that Mrs. Brogland would be paying for the trip for herself.
Okay.
So it's only the substitute cost.
Plus the cost of her days. She's not using personal time, right?
It would be that's the substitutes, the professional time.
Well, but we would be paying for the substitutes, right? But it would be, but my point, we would be paying for substitutes if she was using sick time, or we would be paying for substitutes if she wasn't. But what you're asking is for the district to pay her to go. We're not paying. You're not asking for us to pay for the professional development, but you're saying that would be being paid as an employee to attend. Correct.
So what's that total cost between substitutes and what?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I can get that to the board if you would like to table it totally your call. All your call.
Is it contracted that they have 3 professional days in a school year, or how many professional days?
The professional days are included, and that's in-house PD. That we're required to give them 3 professional days. They work 183 days according to contract.
So this would be, she would use 3 of her professional days.
No, this would be her professional time, just as if I go to a conference or if any of the staff go to a conference and we use professional time to go to professional development or PD or conferences, whatever it may be. We're granted that time to go, and that's how this is listed. But we're not paying for the trip itself.
I would prefer to have a table and have some more detail about what she is hoping to gain and how it will be utilized within the district, and also the total cost.
So there's a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second. DeChico.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, item is tabled. Moving on to items 11L through M, please.
Motion, Samuelson.
Second, Myers.
Any questions?
I had a question regarding M. Have we approved the Remind switch yet? I feel like this was the first we'd heard of it.
Remind is actually replacing Blackboard. We had to up our subscription for Blackboard communication system. And this is actually a flip for, the swapping systems. It's not a brand new product. It's just it's a different communication tool.
And the cost is similar to what we were paying for Blackboard.
Yes.
Is the teacher in servicing on this also going to be fit into the 1st and 2nd September?
Yes.
So the $1,000 is for the actual product, the Remind product? or
No,
is
the
it
$1,000 is for professional development. It's for professional development for the teachers, and then we're doing one of our tech coaches to train the trainer so that they can assist and support within the district.
I understand why you asked that question, because I read it wrong. I was thinking it was to approve the Remind, the software or whatever. Okay. So I guess to piggyback on Heather's question, what we need to approve the Remind product first before we would approve the professional development that's going to be provided?
So if you're planning on utilizing the Remind software, I'm not sure if it's what the cost is, if it is something that you normally would.
It's below the quote threshold, correct? It's what, about 3,000? Yeah, which was equivalent to what the Blackboard Connect was.
So typically in those cases, because it's below quote threshold, it would just be on your bills list as something that you would approve.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it's already there or not. If the board wants to change that motion to add approval of the Remind app as well as the training and professional development, you could certainly do that.
Okay.
I'm fine
That
with
way
it.
you're showing that you're consistent with, what Mainland's doing and that you're embracing this new technology.
Okay. Any other questions?
Is Mainland paying for the training too?
I'm sorry, Mike, we couldn't say that again. We couldn't hear you.
Is Mainland also paying for the training, the professional development, or no?
That's a good question.
Good
I can
question.
call and ask, and maybe we could share the training.
So is it something you just want to move to approve for the August meeting then? If there's a possibility for getting it cheaper, or is it easier to do it now, or what's the?
We could do not to exceed $1,000 because that would be the maximum for training. And then if it should be less expensive, then we could incur that savings.
Okay.
That way
That
you have
sounds
it
great.
approved and we can just change that motion to approve the Remind app and approve the professional development for the Remind app. That's just a simple change.
Okay. So yeah, so we're approving the motion for the Remind app and for the professional development, but then also not to exceed 1,000, and you'll reach out to mainland and maybe they'll provide some kind of deal.
But the
or-
$1,000 is only for the training. It
Correct.
does not include the cost of the app.
Correct. That's not
So
going
it
to
would be
change.
$1,000. Okay, I just want to make
Yes.
sure that it's clear in the motion.
Well, I think Mike's question was is if they're giving a training to mainland as well, and they're coming locally.
Yeah.
It's
so why
actually,
not?
it's all virtual. Nobody's sending trainers out at this point. So it's a virtual training. I'm not sure we'll get it cheaper
Oh,
because it's $500 per training.
Oh, it's a virtual
Yeah,
training.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, no, I was kind of following what he was thinking.
Yeah.
If they're sending someone down, they might give you a discount because they can do it, you share a day or whatever,
Yeah.
you do it within a 2-day time frame and they give you, okay, so it's virtual. Okay. Any other questions?
So are we changing the motion?
We're changing to a motion to approve the app as well as for the professional
Okay,
development.
so Mrs. Samuelson and Dr. Myers, you're okay with the change?
Yes. Any other questions? May I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter,
Abstain.
okay. Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. Okay, moving on to facilities. I'd like a motion to table this. We just got this information and I think it should be discussed with the Student and Community Affairs prior to approval. So I'm making a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any questions?
Does that impact the ability to plan it if we can't talk about it again until August 11th?
No, we would, the motion would be to approve it August 11th, but so that the Student and Community Affairs could discuss it.
Right, but I'm just saying if they had to if they have other entities coming and it's booths with all different people from the community, and then is it okay for them to move forward with planning? Or can they not really start planning until August 11th, which doesn't work?
I think that with any of our facilities requests, they plan the events and then they have to just wait for the final approval from the district. Any other questions?
Is it all going to be outdoors?
That was the plan. If the Mrs. Endicott, is it okay if Mrs. Doherty answers his questions as PTO president?
Sure. Yeah, that was a question, Mrs. Samuelson. I assumed it was outdoors. Because it said the yard, but that was a good clarification question. Any
I
other
feel like
questions?
if it's all outdoors, could we approve it since we don't need any indoor facilities and it will gives them leeway to plan it? And then you can discuss at student and community affairs, any concerns you might have, just so that they could get it going.
You might also need for insurance purposes and for some of those companies to have that approval to know that it's on your agenda to plan too. I just know sometimes companies want different before, like for the county, if they're going to bring their trucks or something like that, they might need to know first that you guys have approved the event.
Because we will be asking them for certificates of insurance and holding the district harmless if they're bringing their trucks on board, yes.
Okay, well, we have a minor motion to table. We can vote that first.
Right.
If it doesn't go through the table, then we'll move forward. So all in favor to table? Okay, so then we won't table. So then the next question would be, the motion would be to approve. And we already
When you
have
say
the motion.
motion to approve, you're saying
We
approve
already-
everything that's in this list that was
Well,
presented to us?
those were my
or just-
questions that I
yeah.
wanted to address with Student and Community Affairs.
So can
I
we-
feel that there's That's why I made a
Yeah.
motion to table, but
No, I understand.
it was not,
So can we approve the event, like, or, I mean, I should say, like the idea of the event?
Facility, I think. is
Yeah,
What,
use of the facility, that's it.
yeah, I think that's.
And
what
then
we
have a
are-
meeting with the PTO. I mean, because if we're gonna have a student community affairs meeting, I would assume that we would invite the PTO or at least one member of the PTO to present it, right?
I was gonna find out more, I was gonna get more information. I wasn't sure.
No, I
of-
agree
of
on
how-
getting more information. I'm
of-
just saying if we're gonna do that, we should probably have somebody there that's to answer questions, right?
Either at student and community or hopefully Dr. Carney Reeder would be able to answer our
Okay.
questions. I guess those were my questions. So
I think it's okay to approve or vote on the event itself, but the details of the event, I think that's where student community affairs and the PTO need to get together, and then we can vote on the particulars in the August meeting. Does that make sense?
So then the motion is for the back to schools event sponsored by the PTO. Is that what our
Yes.
motion is?
Yes.
And for that specific date, Tuesday, August 31st from 6 to 8 p.m. And the other information that's listed underneath there will not be included in the motion.
Okay, so right now we're approving the date. It's sponsored by the PTO and, well, they said themselves, they're still trying to get information, but I understand the need that you want to know what you're doing so you can make your plans. But I guess that was kind of why these were all, when Mrs. Doherty came up and talked, she said herself, these were all of the ideas that we're working on. They need to firm things up and formalize it as well. So if we're voting on the date and that it's the event from the sponsored by the PTO, then my questions were all the other questions that were still kind of up in the air. So that was what I felt like needed to be talked about. Okay.
Well, my guess is by August 11th, it'll be more nailed down on the specifics, pretty much.
Yeah, it would give us time in our next committee meeting to get some information and have a little bit more details. Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
I need a motion and a second for the second motion.
Motion.
Okay.
Second.
And that's Mrs. Samuelson?
Yes.
Thank you. Roll call? I'm sorry. Mr. Sweeter?
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico?
Yes.
Dr. Myers?
Yes.
Dr. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Conover?
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank?
Abstain?
Mrs. Samuelson?
Yes.
And Mrs. Endicott?
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. Can I get a motion to approve items 13A through B?
Motion, Samuelson?
Thank you.
Second, Myers.
Thank you. Any questions? Have roll call, please.
Mrs. DeChico?
Yes.
Dr. Myers?
Yes.
Dr. Dalton?
Yes, but abstain on B.
Okay. Mr. Conover?
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank?
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter?
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson?
Yes.
And Mrs. Endicott?
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. Can I get a motion? We're moving on to personnel. I have a motion to approve items 14A through J, please.
Motion, Samuelson?
Thank you.
Second, Dalton?
Thank you. Any questions?
I know it's not until next year, June of 2022, but sad to see Ms. Clemick go. She's a wonderful human being, so that'll be a loss.
I agree. I agree. I agree. I was sad to see this as well, but happy for her. She's been here a very long time. I had, oh, go ahead, Mrs. Brookbank.
Talk about that. That's a different question.
Oh, no. I was going to ask a different question
Okay.
too. So,
So I wanted to ask a question about G. We're doing
Yeah.
G?
Go ahead.
So is this a staff member who's not currently working in the summer program? And then the summer program will be like the grades that are, I thought right now there might be a 4, 5, 6 classroom.
There actually are combined classrooms because of the low numbers, and we needed an additional teacher. This teacher has started with the understanding that we had to get approval because I had to shake the bushes. I know it's not, it's difficult, but I had, part of the reason that there's some things on here is because I had no staff.
Okay.
So that's where we're trying to make sure that we have things staffed properly. This is a new person to the district. They were a student teacher within the district. And now they're working for us this summer as a substitute for the summer.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify the grades 6 and 7. I thought it was 4, 5, and 6 right now.
It's actually 4, 5, and then 6, 7. That's the numbers. I can talk to you after.
Okay.
Can I, I have a question for F. Is it typical to give the facilities director a stipend?
Yes, you have done it in the past.
Okay. Any other questions? May I have roll call, please?
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
Mrs. Endicott.
Yes. Thank you. Motion approved. Moving on to policies. Can I get a motion to introduce into first reading the policies that are listed?
Motion, Samuelson.
Thank-
Second, Brookbank.
Thank you. Any questions? May I have roll call, please?
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. Okay, we have no professional services. Can I get a motion to approve our 17 through 19, our transfer of funds, our secretary and treasurer's financial report, please?
Motion, Myers.
Thank you.
Second, Brookbank.
Thank you. Any questions? May I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. Can I get a motion to pay the bills for this month, please?
Motion, Samuelson.
Thank you.
Second, Dalton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Samuelson, for doing the bills.
No problem.
Any questions? Can I get a roll call, please?
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion to approve. I'm sorry, motion is approved. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, we're moving on to public comment. At this time, I'd like to open up to the public. Public has any comments that they would like to address to the board, you may do so now. And if you're watching from home, you can dial 927-1032. Come on up. Come on up.
Me again, Teresa Dockery, 26 Dogwood. So first I have a question. My understanding, and I'm totally new to PTO, my understanding was that for PTO events, especially on school grounds, the only thing that needed to be approved was the facilities request. Is that not the case? Or I was kind of confused by the conversation as far as the details of events. That's not usually something that is approved, was my understanding.
Well, anything that's taking place on school property, we have to have the information regarding the event and the details in terms of what's happening as well as the facility.
Okay, so do you have a template for that? Because I had the facilities request form, but as far as I was aware from the previous PTO, that was not something that happened. So I was kind of confused by, again, like that conversation threw me off guard.
I think that probably your question is better directed to Dr. Carney Yoder, and she can provide you that information. We're just here to approve what is presented to us. So
I could take care of getting a template to you so that you have something to work with moving forward.
Okay, because you did tell me that there was only approval needed by the board was for the facilities. I just wanted to clarify.
The facilities request has to be approved for anything on school property, but I will get you a template for.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate, obviously it's going to take some planning. And so I just wanted you guys to be aware that the previous PTO was burnout after years of good service to the schools. I know my kids all benefited from all their work. They basically begged for help. So there are 5 of us that are trying to do a good job for the kids in the schools. So that being said, the reasons I stepped up are because I think, first of all, it's really sad that there's not more people that want to participate in the parent group. The fact that it was such a situation that it was where people were being begged for help, begged to join it because it was going to disband the parent-teacher organization. And so I thought it would be good to come up with our goals. What do we want to do to make things better, improve culture? So our high-level goals I wanted to share with you. First of all, increasing participation with the parents. Try to figure out ways to incentivize possibly people to come. Not money, I'm just talking about ways to attract people to the meetings and to want to participate and share ideas. And also keeping things virtual access for working parents, because I know that would have helped me a lot to be able to participate more. Safe routes to school and bike safety. I think that's really important. I haven't seen enough of that, honestly, with my kids. So, we want to be able to support that and see that improve. We're a very diverse community, very diverse. And instead of just being diverse in numbers, we want to see the diversity be a strength in this school community. So we want to support that. Multicultural events, types of things that we can draw on the strengths of the different parts of the community that maybe have, make sure everyone feels they have a seat at the table and everyone's welcome. And just bringing the community together overall. Obviously there's a lot of kids and families in town, and just bringing people, from St. Joe's, from the other schools, just finding a way to bring people together. And also the last thing is just supporting the access and information about the available recreation programs and activities in town. It's another area where I think there's a challenge, especially for people that are not native English speakers. I think we want to see everybody participate in sports. It's good for everyone. It's good for us to have everybody there. So just wanted you guys all to be aware of that, and I hope you'll support us, not give us a hard time. And, trying to do the best we can again to make things better and to make things better for all the kids in this town.
Thank you. And we're so glad about our parent-teacher organization. And hopefully there are those watching from home. If you're watching and you would like to, I'm going to give a shout out. If you would like to volunteer, is there a new Facebook page? What's the best way? Have them contact you directly? Okay, so be on the lookout for new social media and new information. And as parents, if you're watching, of children who attend the school, you will be receiving information that will be forthcoming soon, and of how to volunteer and help a very worthwhile organization. Thank you. Any other members of the public like to address the board? Okay, at this time, public comment is closed. Board forum. Any members of the board like to speak?
I would just like to thank all the principals for your presentation. It was very well thought out and very nicely presented. And I did appreciate the explanation, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I liked it too, as well as liked hearing from the PTO. So thank you.
I thank you, everyone, for helping answer our questions. One thing I just wanted to talk about was the summer program. It was exciting to pull up and see so many people in the community outside and this kind of buzz of excitement. I know I've heard within the community that there are people's kids got to see friends they haven't seen in a long time. And so for me, that makes September even more exciting, like what it'll be like to have all of them back. A couple things I just wanted to make the board aware of or ask. I have a little bit of, I've been hearing a little bit of feedback from parents about the different times. The algebra kids get picked up at 9:45. A lot of kids leave at 11. There's another group that leaves at 12, and that makes it a little bit hard for parents who are working to get back and forth is what I'm hearing. So I just think that's something we have to consider in the future for how we structure the summer program. I'm not sure how it was structured in the past, if that's always the way it's been. And then I wanted to ask some more questions just about how the grade levels were and like whether all the teachers, if we had enough staff members and things like that, but it's something that we can talk about in instruction, or I think that was instruction this week. So thank you.
You're referencing the YMCA program, is that what you're talking about? For the other, or something different?
I'm talking about the Summer Learning Academy and the enrichment programs, and then there's the algebra.
Okay.
So those seem to have all different dismissal times within the same program. So if you have 2 or 3 kids involved, there's certain parents that are coming back and forth here.
Yeah.
And it's just trying to figure out why it's like that and if that's the best way moving forward. So.
And that's a note taken. You know, we can talk about it as an administrative team, but basically the summer learning program, just for reference for the board, the summer learning program is actually ELA and math at this. So it's all together and the students are getting all of that together in one lump, which is about 2.5 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours. And then the algebra program is 2 sections of students, and they're both receiving, a certain amount of time, but it's not a full block like the Summer Learning Academy. And the enrichment programs that we created were created not necessarily for that same block of time for the Summer Learning Academy. They were created based upon content and project-based learning and might have multiple levels. Thus the reason that there's some overlap and there's less time. But that's something that we can definitely look at. Maybe we can even provide support for, I don't know, maybe childcare next summer or something like that, or extra enrichment activities for students that need to stay because their parents are working. We can definitely look at that and restructure it for next summer.
Yeah, I mean, I see some of like the kids are leaving from algebra, which makes sense to me. That's a specific class. They leave, then they come back to get their sibling at 11, and then I see them walking back to gather up another one. I just think we could organize it a little better. So thank you.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to bring up a concern I had about the YMCA program. I've been receiving texts, and I actually looked for myself of employees kind of just hanging out on the playground, or not even on the playground, in the parking lot on their cell phones while the children are like a football field away doing their own thing. It just kind of seems I mean, we were promised this great program for our kids, a lot of who need it. They need that kind of structure, and I feel like, I don't know what that is, but that's not a program that I think is appropriate, or nor do I think it is benefiting our kids. And it's multiple days, because I was made aware of it a couple weeks ago, and while working or just going to the store, I make it a point to go by Jordan Road, and it's every time I go by, it's the employees like this. Where'd the kids go? And then look back down there. I mean, what is that? Like, that's awful. We were promised this great program. We got rid of something that I thought was working, and we were promised that the YMCA was. I mean, do we have teachers that are current employees that are working for them? Because that was another thing.
We could not find anybody that would take on doing the program for the summer. I did
mean,
advertise for that, and I was
It
trying
was
to find.
embarrassing. It's embarrassing that.
Well, I actually addressed that with the director today, because I saw a concern I had myself for something very similar. And I will meet with her director next week.
I saw something similar when I picked up. And one of the other things that I already asked Dr. Cry, but I'll just let the board know that I asked it, was how many of the kids in this program are going to the summer school, more school-based program, on the Summer Learning Academy or the enrichment programs. And you said it's up to the parents to ask. So I don't know if in the future it's something we can, really encourage more, that rather than being in here just kind of playing or running around, that they are incorporated into that almost automatically would be something, I think, especially because our numbers are low.
Yeah. Well, and that was my other question I was going to bring up when you just said the numbers are low. Like, have we been conducting exit interviews of kids leaving the district, like we said about a year ago, of parents? Like, we just had a board member leave and take your kids out of district. Was there an exit interview conducted with Ms. Lout or no?
I have not done one yet. No.
Okay. I'm just curious. So we were promised we would see those or get feedback about exit interviews, and I know we haven't seen it.
Some of the ones that I know, some of the families we don't know until they've already moved out of district, but we can make that a practice with the principals to make sure that as they're doing the transfer cards, that they are asking the families about, exit questions to find out why they're leaving.
Any other? Yeah, I want to thank Mrs. Doherty for stepping up and heading up the PTO. Personally, that's where I started out in the school district as a PTO member, and I know how important it is. And I want to encourage any parents who are listening or who might watch this at a different time, that it really is an important way to get involved. I know that communication is a big goal for the school district, and in order to, the best way for a parent to get involved, to get information and to be part of and feel part of the school district is to become a member of the PTO. They don't ask for a lot of time, a lot of money, nothing. It's just, whatever you can, an hour here, an hour there, whatever you can give of your time and attention to them to help, really makes it better for the kids. It makes it better for you as a parent. Sometimes as a parent, you have to be proactive in order to, it's not just what can I get from the school district? What can I get from the superintendent? What can I get from the principals, the teachers? You have to give a little bit yourself, and you have to be proactive, and you have to go and seek out the information. And the group of people I met on the PTO was really instrumental and helpful of me just learning what goes into it, because just dropping your kids off at school, it doesn't end there. You really have to be part of their education and their educational journey. So I would encourage anybody to reach out and help this group. I mean, even you don't have to be a member, but just volunteer with their events and stuff. It really goes a long way. It really is a labor of love. I know the people who were doing it prior, and they're wonderful people. And like I said, they helped me even learn the first things about kindergarten. I was just you're so overwhelmed as a parent, and it was really a great group of people. So anytime you can give to them, that's all they ask. an hour here, an hour there. It's not a huge commitment. So we just encourage people to do that.
Thank you. Oh, and to piggyback on what I had said earlier, I think the offering, I forgot to make that point, but you just reminded me, of offering virtual meetings, I think is a huge help. When I first joined this district as a parent, I was like all ready to like join like, the PTO, and they only met on Tuesday mornings at like 11. And I'm like, I have to work. I can't do it. And that's kind of where it was. And there was a lot of people in it. And then unfortunately it just dwindled over time. And then they did change the meetings to nights. But it is very upsetting because it did dwindle over time. And then, a few small group of people like took on this huge thing, and it's just a lot. So I think that having the, I agree with everything you're saying, but I think that having the online meetings might be a huge help to get people to join. So I meant to say that earlier.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this just occurred to me. I don't know what you said that made me remember this, but I don't know if the traffic this morning around Summers Point was insane. I had checked myself that it wasn't Friday because I did not understand. But one of the things that it made me think of this morning is there's no crossing guards, and there are a lot of kids moving back and forth, but I didn't see crossing guards in the spots that they usually are. And I pulled my car out into, what's it called? The main road right there, MacArthur, because there's no crossing guard to help the little people get across. So I don't know if that's something we can do. I blocked the traffic because I didn't know they could not get through. They could not get
You
across.
have a yellow vest you can put on.
My kids say that I really want to do that.
Put some ducks in the road and people were
Today,
geese and people.
today was
hooked up.
unusual though, because there was a rollover on the parkway. So a lot of people were getting redirected into Summers Point. There was a fatality on the parkway.
I'm
so-
sorry to hear that. I mean, the
no,
traffic was insane.
No, it was, but that was really why it was bad, because everybody was just getting redirected into Summers Point.
But I just thought, I don't know. I don't even if we could have
Yeah,
just
but
a
that is a
police-
good point. We have a summer program with kids coming to school, and how come we don't have crossing guards for that to cross? them?
I didn't drive around all of town to see, but the one I'm most used to seeing, she's the friendliest woman I've ever met in my life. She's not there.
Are you talking right by Jordan Road?
Yes.
That would be Karen Rumall,
Yeah.
former board member
for a long
extraordinaire for
time.
25
She is
years.
Lovely. I don't know her, but I want to. She's a sweetheart. One day we're gonna have coffee because I really love her.
Like I couldn't go on with my day unless I waited. Like I would like slow down and be like,
She is fantastic.
It's actually the municipality, but I will reach out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments for forum? Okay, then at this time, I'd like a motion to go into executive session. Motion to to discuss contracts
And student matters, right?
on student matters. Thank you.
And second.
Stacy, did we do something at one meeting that allowed Bill to leave? We had to change our wording or something?
Yes, but we have to take action after. So that's
Okay.
okay. So so be it resolved by the Board of Education of the
Sorry,
City
Bill.
of Summers Point in the County of Atlantic, New Jersey, that upon passage of this resolution, we go into executive session to discuss student matters and contracts. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are in executive. If the public would kindly exit, and we will come out and let you know as soon as we are finished. Yes, take a quick break.
Bye, guys.
At 10 o'clock?
Okay, we are back into public. And can I get a motion for items 7A through B, please?
Motion, second, whatever.
Thank you.
Okay, who first?
Dalton and Samuelson.
Thank you.
Any questions? No. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Sweeter,
Yes.
Dr. Myers,
Yes.
Mrs. Brookbank,
Yes.
Mr. Conover,
Yes.
Dr. Dalton,
Yes.
Mrs. DeChico,
Yes.
Mrs. Samuelson,
Yes.
and Mrs. Endicott.
Yes, thank you. Motion approved. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion, Samuelson.
Second, Myers. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody.